and welcome everybody to the Humanode Conference 2022. I am your host, Shannon Higgins from the media team. I do not know why the development timeline screen is up there right now. If you could stop showing that, it would be very helpful.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome everybody. I'm the moderator, Shannon Higgins from the media team. Co-host is Fiona, who is right there next to me. Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Shannon. Nice. It's so pleased to be here. And hello, everybody. Welcome to Humanode Conference 2022.
Yes. So to kick off the conference, I'd like to introduce co-founder of Humanode and co-founder of also Paradigm Research, and ex-co-founder of many other companies here. Victor will be starting with the opening statement. He'll be going over our roadmap. And then after that, fortunately, we have him as the very first presenter. So Victor, please carry on.
Hello, everyone. Hello, builders and hackers, designers and marketeers, OGs and lawyers, crypto newbies and degens, speculative and value-add VCs. This is the first Humanode Conference. Thank you very much for coming. And well, it's been a hell of 3 years. Half of that we wasted on solely research, but more than a year ago, we finally assembled a team of 20 people and implemented almost everything that we envisioned to in order to ship you the mainnet, which will change the crypto industry and, well, finally give us the chance to have the next wave of crypto adoption. Actually, first I wanted to cover a little bit of our developments. For those who have been with us for the last year and a half, you might know that in early 2021, we released our proof of concept that involved basic biometric app and ledger tech. We had 300 people joining the tests. And yeah, everybody was pretty excited. Then just in 2 quarters, we already moved to Substrate and implemented the first version of bioauthentication consensus to allow people who are going through biometric verification to launch nodes after that, so that every human in the network could launch only one node. We quickly reached over 100 validators, but we didn't stop there. We wanted everybody to participate, not only those with technical abilities to launch the node. That's why we shipped the desktop application, which you're still using, which is getting updated every month. And we launched the second testnet that actually reached 3,000 validators. And well, we still have people running their nodes for the idea, for our decentralized future. Over 2,000 people are still keeping their nodes running for over 9 months. And thank you very much for joining us. You will be an integral part of the whole project for the years to come. And well, as we've already announced, we're finally getting to the EVM compatibility stage of our testnet, getting prepared to mainnet in Q3. We also implemented permissionless consensuses instead of proof of authority on our testnet, which include Babe as block production mechanism and Grandpa as finalization gadget. And as you know, while we were talking to many crypto companies in our industry, we found out the need in cyber resistance, not only the infrastructure level, but also on the application level. And we are glad to announce that we finally released the biometric authorization service. and actually have launched it last Friday with the first of our partners who managed to integrate us pretty quickly. And I hope tomorrow I will be able to showcase you that demo, which I already used last Friday in real world, not just in crypto world. You know, some companies ask us, well, we understand there is a need for cyber resistance, but why do you create another layer one? And like there are a lot of EVMs out there already. Why not just concentrate on providing biometric tech to all other services? Well, this will be the topic of our first lecture, which is called Centralization of Power in Decentralized Networks. And you will clearly see the reasons behind why we're creating that layer one where all nodes are equal. So let's start with the fact that we're all talking about decentralization. But today, during this lecture, you will find out how actually things are decentralized right now in our industry. In the 80s, people envisioned that the internet will be, and the infrastructure will be distributed equally among people who will launch their servers, connect to each other, and have a vote in how the internet works. Well, this is not the case with our current Web 2, and unfortunately, this is not the case with our current Web 3 that we have. As you see, like centralized networks on the left of the slide, decentralized in the middle. Well, the difference is not really visible because you will still have few entities who are connecting all the other dots between just themselves. And when we talk about total decentralization, we should talk about distributed networks, where all the nodes are connected to each other and nobody has a real overweight in the system. Let's see the status of decentralization right now, starting with proof of work, the biggest blockchains out there. So let's start with mining pool distribution, and then we'll cover voting distribution in the systems. As you see, for Bitcoin, it takes just 4 mining pools, and these 4 mining pools control over 51% of the network. Of course, the distribution changed in terms of the major players over the last year with the ban of Chinese miners and well, the electricity struggles in other countries as well. We now have new players, but still, this is a complete oligopoly with just 4 players having, well, the more than 51% of the share. If we take a look at Ethereum, well, of course, there are a lot of miners in the world, but still the mining pools are even less decentralized because it takes just 3 mining pools, and this is the latest data, to have 51% of the whole hashing power of the network. Of course, hashing power doesn't come directly from mining pools, but when it comes to voting in these proof of work networks, this is from the official website of the latest proposal in Bitcoin, which was called Taproot, which introduced like 3 years of development and upgrades to Bitcoin network in one voting and in one upgrade. As you can see, again, the mining pools decide in the form of tweets, in the form of GitHub pull requests, if they agree or not with the new upgrades. Actually, the vote was pretty long-lasting, despite the fact that there are just, as I told, 4 entities that decide on everything. And yeah, it's like the destiny of Bitcoin blockchain is just in the hands of few giant profit-driven companies. Oh, there is a great coefficient that was created not so long ago, which is called the Humanode coefficient. It actually helps us evaluate the real decentralization of the networks. It represents the number of validators that would have to collude together to successfully shut down, slow down, or block any respective blockchain from functioning properly. And the higher an Nakamoto coefficient relative to the total number of nodes, the lower the risk of collusion, well, meaning the better. And unfortunately, despite the fact that modern blockchains launched during the last 2-3 years, who are decentralized in terms of how many validators the network can have. For example, in Avalanche, it was over 1,000 validators. Actually, in Solana, it's almost up to 2,000 validators. But still, if you look at the weights of these validators, meaning how much staking power they have in the system, it takes usually less than 10 validators to decide on any upgrade in the network, to decide on the monetary changes as well, unless they're hard-coded. And as most of the new network are in the beta stage, beta mainnet as they call it, these can also be manipulated by them easily. And of course, it's not a secret that the largest validators are all coordinating together in small Telegram and Discord chats about what will we do next with the network. So is this real decentralization? This is the question we are asking ourselves. Well, we were asking ourselves, but not anymore, because now we're trying to propose a new type of the network, which can have much higher Nakamoto coefficient due to the fact that all nodes are equal. Now going from infrastructure, well, okay, still talking about infrastructure, you could see that it takes less than 10 nodes. In Avalanche, it took like 26 nodes to hold the network. At the same time, they are coordinating with each other. And this is the analysis of Misari research on the affiliation of the validator nodes with each other. This is an example of Binance Smart Chain and Binance Chain. As you can see, the validators have close ties to each other. I think that there is always one entity who has bigger influence in these ties over the other entities. And eventually, if you sum it up, it will take 1 to 3 entities really to make the decision, while others will just follow it. Or they will probably be kicked out somehow. And let's go further from the infrastructure layer to the DeFi, to the more or less middleware and application layer. On this chart, you can see governance token holders, their number, and active voters percentage. We're going here from one extreme to another. For SushiSwap has few governance token holders, which allows them to have high voter participation. But come on, look at these numbers. It takes, again, less than 25 people, which has almost 100% of staking power of the whole network, while all small token holders can just do nothing. That's why they usually just don't participate, or if they participate, nobody will even see this. On the right side, you can see Uniswap, which has really low active voters percentage because all the tokens are in the hands of few people. And we still call this decentralized exchange due to the fact that technology is decentralized, but the decision making, grant programs, whatever, is not decentralized at all. So, what are the consequences of this? And I'll give you an example of the ENS vote. This is Ethereum name service that happened a few months ago. The situation was as follows. So during the Twitter Spaces, it was found out that the founder had pretty controversial views on the minorities. I won't delve into details, but he was quickly fired from the ENS development company. But as the network was already decentralized, in order to remove him from the nonprofit foundation and from the DAO, it had to come through the vote. Well, due to the distribution of the tokens in ENS DAO, you can see the founder right there on top in the column against. So luckily they all had domain names and we could understand who is voting for what. So basically Brantley was of course against his own leaving from the DAO, and just his only vote with huge number of tokens resulted in him staying the director of the ENS nonprofit foundation, and well, he stayed in power in the DAO itself as well, despite the fact that the community was outraged with his comments on some of the minorities, and well, they had to cope with it. There is nothing you can do in this dystopian, plutocratic governance in crypto we live in right now, until we're going to change it with new one person, one vote or other voting schemes. So we have oligarchies, basically VCs or founders or huge angels controlling the whole decision power in the network. These oligarchies are basically direct plutocracies. This is what token-based voting is. You can go to Wikipedia and yeah, this is just a synonym like token-based voting and plutocracy. It as well results in the populism. Why? Because people have just to follow the authority. There's nothing they can do because they have no real vote. And of course, voter apathy. Let us delve a little bit into not that distant future. I mean, right now it seems okay. Right now we're all having our decentralized fun, but if we look into the future, this is what will happen to us. The outcome number one are totalitarian leaders in the countries where these totalitarian leaders have a lot of money. And in our nowadays crypto, money is power. They can easily buy out our non-decentralized networks and have full control. And well, this is what actually crypto was standing against from the day one, even before Bitcoin was created. Number two, corporations whose capitalization is now sometimes bigger than the capitalization of few countries. Of course, they have enough resources to buy out our crypto networks, and that's what is already happening thanks to the institutional adoption of crypto. And let's now delve into some other scenarios. Of course, we don't know if they will come or not, but you might have already heard how aliens can rule over humanity, basically by slowly taking our economy. And if right now, at least, we have some legal things that can prevent them from owning our corporations. But if we're talking about plutocratic decentralized network, well, this is the easiest target for aliens they can have, and they can rule over our ledgers, distribute money as they want, and basically make us all slaves. Now let's look at another scenario which is still scheduled to happen in the after the next 30 years or about so, which is general artificial intelligence. All the attempts to control general artificial intelligence, which it will likely be like 100 times more intelligent than our slow brains are. Well, it won't take them a few months until they rule over our decentralized networks, unless we do something. So, how about trying to keep power over the world in our own hands and distribute that power equally? Well, this is what Humanode is about. And on this conference, we'll talk more about how Humanode is going to solve these problems. It will take us many years to do that, of course, but keep with us and we'll do that together. Thank you very much. Ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Victor. Wow, it was amazing. And this is truly the time where we go to public where people know us better, right? It's about humanoids. So the question is, as in Ethereum 2.0, there is a restriction of 32 Ethereum per node. Does it mean it will be more decentralized than current POS blockchain?
Well, despite the fact that nodes in Ethereum are like 30 to ETH equal, one person can spawn thousands of nodes easily. And this is what already happening. Even with the schemes like quadratic voting, which are still in discussions and nobody expects them to be introduced anytime soon, it won't solve the problem either. And actually what happens is that right now, at least in proof of stake networks, we can count the Nakamoto coefficient and tell how really decentralized the network is. As I have shown you with Avalanche example, which is right now the most decentralized network in proof of stake with 26 nodes needed to control the network. And with this requirement, it becomes even harder, I mean, Ethereum requirement, to understand who really controls the network. So yeah, it becomes hard to tell what is the real Nakamoto coefficient of Ethereum 2.0. At the same time, due to this restriction of minimum 32 Ethereum, we see the emergence of these proof of stake pools. And as you might have heard, Lido controls about 30% of staked Ethereum. And Lido protocol itself consists of just about 15, 20 validators. So due to this requirement, it actually makes Ethereum less transparent and more centralized due to these validator pools.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Victor, and for everybody who are here and listening to us, wherever you are listening and streaming us from, either you are from Twitch or YouTube or you are in our metaverse. I would like to invite everybody to ask your questions. While Victor is here, he will be happy to answer all of your questions. And Victor, we actually have another question. And the question is, what is the expected level of decentralization of Humanode? Any thoughts on maybe Nakamoto coefficient?
Oh, okay. Thanks for question. Uh, to be honest, we don't know yet how many nodes we'll have on the mainnet, but it will be always easy to calculate the Nakamoto coefficient of Humanode. If you take 51%, for example, it means that if we have 1,000 nodes, the Nakamoto coefficient is 501. As easy as that. And as the network grows, no matter how much capital participates in our network, the Nakamoto coefficient will always grow with the growth of the number of nodes in our network, and it only depends on our technological developments. We will upgrade our consensuses, I suppose, every year to become more and more decentralized until we reach the scale of humanity.
Wow, that's really nice. Actually, there is one more question, Victor.
Okay.
So somebody says here, who do you think goes into the first generation of humanoids? This is actually interesting. Please, Victor.
Well, who do I think goes in the first generation of humanoids? Okay. Well, as we're talking about technology here, right? And there is a lot we have to do to make the system like world scale. We expect Humanode, the network, not controlled by VCs or huge pockets and profit-driven businesses like crypto is today. And some networks say, "Hey, we're a crypto network made for developers." Well, maybe it's easy for developers to develop on the network, but developers never owned the network so far. And we expect the first generation of humanoids to be developers who will be able to prove with their own work, proposing upgrades to the network and implementing them, that they are great humanoids. And yeah, they will be owning the network even more than me and my co-founder Dato will. This is the thing, that Humanode will be the network owned by developers and contributors.
So Humanode will be owned by everybody.
Well, everybody who contributes until we reach a certain scale. And Shannon will tell you more about how to become the first generation of humanoids.
Okay, that will be interesting. Well, I'm going to ask the question to him again later. But then for now, Victor, is there anything else you want to say to our guests right here today?
Well, I would say thank you for coming, and please get involved. Unless we finally launch network based on equal human beings, and unless we finally establish proper private biometric identities, there will be no next wave of adoption for crypto, because right now crypto is pretty much the same companies or Federal Reserve System. And yeah, thank you very much for coming. Keep it in mind.
Thank you, Victor. So everybody, it is Victor as the co-founder of Humanode, and we are very happy that he is here today to give the lecture to us, to let us know more about Humanode, to let us understand more about what Humanode is. And again, I would like to welcome everybody wherever you are, if you are streaming from YouTube, or if you're streaming from Twitch, or if you are in our metaverse, please welcome. This is our home. This is Humanode. Feel free to explore the metaverse. Feel free to walk around and talk to each other, because we are here as a family. And without waiting any further, we are going to go to the next session. And this time we have somebody who is going to talk about Humanode DAO. And I am sure if you are already in our social media channels, if you're in Humanode Telegram or Discord, you are familiar with this man. And this is actually an amazing man. And maybe I should just call him because everybody is waiting for you, Shannon.
Thank you, Fiona. I'm happy to be here. And after such a great speech by Victor, it's kind of hard to follow up, but I'll try my best to talk about the Humanode DAO and where we are trying to head here. So let me share the screen here. We are talking about Vortex. Vortex is the name of the Humanode DAO. So today we're going to be going over some fairly simple points. What is a DAO? As you might know, a lot of the articles that I write or videos that I do is really what we call the Humanode 101 or Humanode in simple terms. So I'll try to be as simple as possible for those who may be new to the world of blockchain, although my suspicion is that most people here are heavily involved with crypto, are builders, are hackers, or have at least gone through the basics. But anyway, we'll be talking about Vortex. We'll be talking about our governance model, types of humanoids, types of governors, how it works, the perks of being a governor, and formation. So just to make sure that everybody knows what a DAO is, I'm taking this straight from Wikipedia. A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization, sometimes called a decentralized autonomous corporation, is an organization constructed by rules encoded as a computer program that is often transparent, controlled by the organization's members, and not influenced by a central government. In other words, there are member-owned communities without centralized leadership. So, with that said, we have to remember one thing about DAOs. Although often of uncertain legal standing, a DAO may functionally be considered to be a corporate without a legal status, or considered to be a general partnership. In general, a DAO is not a company, and the governors of DAOs are not shareholders. Because if it were, and they were, the whole thing would just be wildly illegal in many jurisdictions and countries. And well, as it says here, having said that, on July 1st, 2021, Wyoming became the first US state to recognize DAO as a legal entity. So the point here is when we have projects, blockchain projects, let's say like Humanode, or any decentralized financial system, we need to really get to know. We have to come to a consensus on how we move forward. And we're not talking about a corporation here. We don't have a CEO that goes and makes all the decisions, or we don't have a board of directors or whatnot. We have a community of people who want to move forward and want to come to a consensus to move forward. And if you have ever been on a board, let's say a board of directors for a company, it can be quite a hassle, quite a nightmare, jumping through all the legal hoops and getting things together, and having to meet physically or online once every few weeks or few months. It can be quite a hassle, which is why the DAOs were basically made so that governance can happen with votes without having people to be in the same place at the same time and whatnot. So the one thing that is a problem here, most DAOs in the decentralized finance space are affected by their consensus model. When I say they're affected by their consensus model, is simply because quite often the tokens are tied to the voting power. So no matter if the chain is based on proof of work or proof of stake, as Victor has explained earlier, the result is often quite similar. The ones with the most money, tokens, or mining equipment have the power. So in general, it's money equals power. And in that sense, it's the same as most government, or not government, most corporate governance systems. The shareholders have the most money. So the result is the centralization of what is supposed to be a decentralized network. So the Humanode answer is very simple. One person equals one node equals one vote. The Humanode has a consensus model that is based on the proof of uniqueness and the proof of existence to enable a one person equals one node network. And importantly, the right to launch a node is not entangled with a native token because the whole network is based on the staking of one's biometric identity. This allows the implementation of any monetary system without the necessities of conforming to the requirements of the capital-based civil defense systems. Thus, we are able to create a DAO that is not tied to any monetary system in where one person equals one node equals one vote. So what will this do? Well, depending on how you implement it or what your structure is, in general, it allows a truly democratic governance model that reflects the voice of many, not just of those who have more money and power. So here comes a big question. Who gets to participate in governance, at least in the vortex, the Humanode DAO? The answer is any Humanode who wants to participate in the building of the betterment of the network and the community and takes the steps necessary to do so. Basically, action is required. Money will not necessarily buy you power unless you have extra money hanging around and you are asking or you're paying development teams and great minds to build something for the Humanode network in general. Basically, it comes down to this. You can be the, you can have a lot of money. You can have a lot of power in the outside. But in the Humanode network, you are one node, you have one vote, you have one voice. Now, what often happens in the case of many corporations, or actually in reality in many blockchain networks, if you have so much money, if you have so much power, let's say you're a VC, or that is very, very driven by making a lot of money very fast, or if you're a corporation that wants something under control, you'll have a lot of money, you'll have a lot of tokens, and you'll be able to have a very big voice. Or in the case of the Humanode network, it is very simple. You have the opportunity to propose if you're a developer and you have ways of making the system better, making the network better. Let's say you are a community-driven person. You actually thrive to make communities thrive. Well, you can make propositions to make the network and to make the community better. And once you are accepted, let's say you make a proposal, once your proposal is accepted, you actually have the right to become one of the voices, one of the answers, one of the governors. So in the vortex, let's just go into a little technicalities here. In the Humanode network, or in the vortex, there are actually three different types of nodes. One is a human node. This is, a user who's gone through the proper biometric processing, received network transaction fees, but does not participate in the governance. You could be a delegator. A delegator is a humanode who decides to delegate his voting power to a governor. And of course, a governor is a humanode who has his proposals accepted by the vortex and who participates in voting procedures according to the government's requirements. Moving to the next slide. There are actually 4 different tiers of governors. And this is actually one of the cores of the Humanode DAO. The thing is that we believe in something that we call proof of time and proof of devotion. What gives you power in the Humanode network is not how much money you have, but really how much you've worked to contribute to the network. And I'll go talk about that a little bit later. But the first tier is basically the citizen. The moment you get the right to governance, you become what we call a citizen. And a citizen can participate on voting on proposals, participating in the formation, to nominate proposals of non-humanodes, receive voting delegations, and make product proposals. So from day one that you become a governor, you're able to participate in this level of governance. Although I won't necessarily say that you're limited to this, because there's a couple other tricks that I like to talk about. But having said that, the key here is that everybody's actually able, all governor nodes are able to vote on proposals and participate in the formation, and nominate proposals in non-humanodes, and receive voting delegations. The key here is that in the case of citizens, the proposals that they can make are limited to product proposals. Now, after 1 year of being a governor, and after participating in a certain amount of votes, basically, if you've retained your seat as a governor for 1 year as a citizen, you can be upgraded to be a senator. And the senator, on top of everything that a citizen can do, can also make proposals concerning the fee distribution. Now, this is actually pretty big. We basically say that after a year of helping the governance, you will understand a bit about the network, and more than a bit of the network probably, and it is logical for you to also be part of the discussion concerning the fee distribution. After 2 full years of governance, you can become a legate. And in addition to making product proposals and fee distribution proposals, you will also be able to make monetary policy proposals, protocol level proposals, and administrative level proposals. Once you go to council, this is the highest tier of governance. You, in addition to everything that all the other tiers can do, you can basically make proposals concerning the Vortex core, and you have limited veto power. So, how this works in general. A quorum is reached if at least 33% of the governors vote on a proposal. If 66% of governors out of the quorum vote to approve a proposal, then Vortex will consider it approved. This means that 22% of the governors will be the necessary minimum to approve a proposal. Humanodes that do not participate in governance are not counted to reach a quorum. So these are some important figures that you might be interested in. So let's say if you want to make a proposal or you want a vote to go through, how does it work? Well, step 1 is that a humanode casts a proposal into the pool system, defining a header, the voting period, writing a description, adding docs, etc. But more importantly, choosing one of the types of the proposals that are available depending on the government tier. So if you are a, let's say, a citizen, you can make proposals based on, product level proposals, and you will not necessarily be making proposals that are meant for consoles. One thing though, you may not be able to make the proposal, but if you have something that you feel is critical for, let's say, the Vortex core, this is something you can actually go to a console and make your case and say, I think this is critical. Can I take a look into it? This is, the documentation, so on and so forth. And the council agrees, the council can take that proposal and propose it to the system. So once the proposal is inside the pool, the governors can upvote or downvote, the proposals. And each proposal will get an upvote or downvote if somebody participates. Step 3 is that proposals that receive upvotes or downvotes from 22% of existing governors are immediately conveyed to Vortex for voting. Proposals that do not receive enough upvotes or downvotes in the max voting period get deleted from the pool and can be proposed again in 2 weeks' time. And basically, if you think you have a great idea, you make a proposal, and then people don't agree, well, there's a chance that the proposal wasn't worth it, but there's also a chance that the proposal just needed a little more brushing up, or needed more information, or whatever. So, after 2 weeks of cooling off and working on it, you can propose it again. So the voting procedure in Vortex takes up strictly a week for each proposal to be voted upon. So that is one important thing to remember. And if approved, the proposal is conveyed to formation to receive the funding and to assemble a team. If declined by the Vortex, the proposers must wait out a period of 2 weeks to propose again. So once again, if your vote does not get, or your proposal does not get picked up for a vote, you can work on it again. And once it's picked up for a major vote, it's voted upon, and the answer is no. Well, once again, you can try again in 2 weeks. Now, here's just one point that quite a few people have asked me. It's the veto power. And the veto is actually something that is essential for the system. So for some reason, 66% of the consoles decide that it is necessary to veto a decision, then it will be possible to do so. And the decision will be considered declined by the Vortex. But they cannot veto the same proposal more than 2 times in a row. Meaning that if a proposal is approved thrice, then the veto cannot be implemented. Basically, this means if the consuls think that we do not want to move in this path, but the general consensus, if everybody thinks, actually no, we do want to move in this direction. It might take time, as in it might take up to a month and a half or so, but the consul can only shut down or veto a decision 2 times in a row, and the 3rd time it will pass. So that is just one thing to remember. And when I say it's limited veto power, is that we can't have one person just shutting everything down. So the perks of being a humanoid. What are the perks? Well, the perks are the chance to serve the community and assist with the growth of Humanode, the chance to earn proof of time and proof of devotion, and to have equal power as anyone, including the founders of Humanode, and have a voice in the direction of Humanode's community's growth. Basically, these are the perks. We do not get, bonus tokens. We do not get favorable race for anything. You know, candy doesn't fall from the sky and whatnot. You do not get stronger voting power. You get the ability to serve. So one thing to remember is what the governors get is actually the ability to make proposals from your standpoint or for other people. So that is really the biggest difference. I mean, everybody will vote, everybody can vote. The governors are able to bring up proposals. The system was built especially with the developers in mind, but for those, well, not just developers, but those that will be building the community too. The thing is that we believe that the most important thing in building this system was to be able to actually give voice to those that should have voices, and that if they're builders and they know how the system works and what they need to do to prevent, let's say, a disaster, or they see there are some future threats to the network, and they know how to get around those problems or how to solve them in advance. We want to hear from the people who know about it. We don't necessarily want to fully be controlled by those who want immediate returns. We want people who love the community, who love the project, and want to make it better and better, to be in the power to at least make the proper proposals firsthand, and to give power to them, and to give actually power to everybody or anybody who really cares about the system and wants to work towards making it better. So next is just a small portion called the formation. Formation is part of the Humanode. It's part of the Vortex. It is a special grant-based development system that provides grants, investments, service agreements, and projects to build. It is dedicated to supporting the Humanode network and all related technologies. So, what formation funds? Research. You know, this is basically anything from advancing basic and applied research in cryptobiometrics, cryptographic primitives, liveness detection, encrypted search and matching operations, and so on. Of course, development and product. That is related to the Humanode network. And basically development turns research into software. This is, you know, anything from layer one technology to the UX, UI, from, you know, definitely in NFTs to decentralized courts, whatnot. Final one is the social good and community. Of course, you know, formation supports community members to bring awareness to open source, decentralized and biotechnology, and scale community outreach to the Humanode network. So community building is also funded by the formation. So all in all, I think the whole talk here comes down to one simple point. The Humanode created a DAO that was meant for the people who care about Humanode to have a voice. Each node, once again, you'll hear this a million times, but each human being will only be able to create one node. One node will have an equal voice as others, and will have one vote whose weight is equal to others. So no matter if it is myself or you or somebody who has just became a Humanode and has this one vote, and has just participated in governance for the first time, your vote is equal power to my vote. It is equal power to Victor's vote. It is equal power to Darto's vote. You know, if I don't know, the richest man of the universe comes and becomes a humanode, he will also only have the same one vote. Now, the Humanode DAO, and it's just as a closing statement here, this is how the Humanode DAO, or the DAO for the Humanode, will be operated with our system that basically allows the creation of one vote per one identity. We can also have other DAOs use this for their system. Not only, let's say, for governance, let's say you have, let's say you just want to know what the community really feels. You saw all of those DAOs and all those blockchains that have actually a deciding voice of 3 mining pools or 5 mining pools. Yeah, you know, what those 3 or 5 mining groups do is the decision of the DAO. But if they really want to figure out what people actually think, they could actually create a voting system based on actual biometric identities, so that they know, basically, so they won't be bombed and civil attacked in the process, but they'll know that people who participate in the network, the actual participants of the network, and what they feel. So anyway, I'm sorry it's a little scattered here, but thank you very much. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Wow. So this is another insight about Humanode, and I am so happy to hear what you said about Humanode. And I believe, and I am sure that it gives us more information about Humanode, right? By the way, I need to stand next to you, Shannon. There you go. Now it looks better. Okay, so Shannon, we have some questions that were asked by our users. But before I ask you the questions, then I would like to remind everybody. So all of our Humanode participants, Humanode Conference participants, wherever you are, if you are on YouTube or if you are on the Twitch or if you are in the metaverse, please feel free to ask us any questions. If you have any questions to our speakers, you just type here. You can also type on YouTube and Twitch, and our team will be gladly list your questions and ask to our speakers. So Shannon, back to the lecture about Humanode DAO, right? So
Okay.
there is this one, Humanode. Well, I hope that he is a Humanode, but yeah. So the question is, so what were some of the toughest considerations in structuring Vortex?
Well, I mean, there are many considerations, but I think, you know, the biggest consideration was the whole debate that we had behind, so how do we structure this DAO? I mean, what we want is, we want a truly democratic model of governance. At the same time, we know that there are issues in general. Not everybody is interested in governance. Some people are too interested in governance. Some people, you know, they really don't care about the system itself, want to go for money. Then you have, let's say, people with what I call inventoritis, meaning they love to invent things. They want to, you know, come up with new things all the time, and they forget about the actual application or running of things. So try to find a model where we could strike a balance and invite everybody who has contributed to the network, who is building for the network, or will make positive proposals. Basically, those who will actually act rather than say, I want this done now, or you should give me this. People that will say, you know, we need this in the system. If nobody else is working on it, let me try. So it's just one of those things where we actually have, we put a lot of thought into this process, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Just trying to find the right balance. And, you know, the system that you have in a current DAO really is built towards being a DAO model for the builders and the contributors towards the community. And if this doesn't work, well, fortunately, we have a DAO, and we can vote on it, and we can actually change the requirements.
So can we say that the Vortex is for people who are driven? Because, you know, of course, right, if you're just, you know, you don't really feel like, no, I don't want to do this, or I don't want to contribute, or, you know, it means like you don't belong to DAO, you don't belong to Vortex.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple different layers of voting. I mean, if you really want to be part of the DAO, and if you really want to be part of the decision-making process of the direction that the development goes, you have to be involved. You know, if you're just too lazy and just want to be a Sunday driver, or, you know, just say, you know, I'm too lazy to do anything, I don't want to contribute anything, I just want a big voice and say what I say because I'm the smartest person in the room. Well,
And you might not be the smartest.
Yes. So.
Well, that is actually relating to the next question, Shannon. So there is this another user who actually asked this. This is about a voter apathy. So, well, you know, in a governance, voter apathy is always a problem, you know. Well, most likely it's going to be like that, you know, in general. So how do you plan to fight voter apathy in Vortex?
This is actually, you know, a tricky question because there's so many elements to it. But generally speaking, voter apathy usually happens because people feel that they are not heard. And even if they vote, their vote doesn't matter. Or, you know, it's people are tired of not being heard. So, I mean, obviously, what we're trying to do here is to create a system where you will be heard. And, you know, as long as you want to contribute to the process, you have a right, you have a voice, and your vote has the same power as, once again, the richest man of the universe, or in the case of Humanode, has the same power as the lead developer. It has the same power as the founder and co-founder. So you have power here. Now, of course, you know, let's say you participate in governance and you're trying to move forward. Life gets hard. Life, you know, moves on. You're not able to really participate as much as you thought you would. Well, after a certain period of time, and you stop scanning your crypto biometrics and whatnot, there is basically what will happen is that you will be shifted out of governance. You will become a regular humanoid. You know, once you go back, you want to get into governance again, you will be allowed to be a governor. And you can actually start moving forward. But as long as you are willing to participate and put the time in, put the effort in, you are always welcome to be the governor and to participate in the voting in the Humanode. So I think that's the only answer I can give you.
For now. Thank you very much, Shannon. It's an amazing answer. And yeah, I am so happy to know about the idea of Humanode, So I can say that even if you are, you're a small investor, even if you are somebody who is expert and who is an expert in blockchain, everybody is welcome in Humanode governance, right? So it's really nice, Shannon. And yeah, we have one more question actually, asked by one of our guests here in the metaverse. So the question is, what do you see the biggest driver of the decentralization of the DAO?
Well, the biggest driver is very simple. And the fact that one person can only create one node is the driver itself. I mean, unless you have somebody who has a farm of human beings sitting there with their biometric modalities in a dark room or in a dark closet that, I mean, basically it comes down to one person can only create one node, and therefore only has one vote. So this in itself brings decentralization. I mean, in our testnet V2, we had at a peak 3,000 nodes that were running, and 3,000 nodes, 3,000 validated nodes. That's 3,000 votes, and that's a pretty decentralized network, I would say, compared to many of the other DAOs out there. But the thing is that as the Humanode network grows, there will be more and more Humanodes added to the system as the demand rises, as we understand how to run a stable network, and as the accuracy of the crypto biometric identification gets higher and higher, we'll have more nodes. So let's say if we start with 1,000 nodes, maybe in a year we'll have 10,000 nodes, maybe 20,000 nodes that are validators. So the more people participate, the more people get involved in Humanode, the more decentralized the network will be. And as the years go by year 4, I guarantee we will have a whole new pool of consoles that will be driving the network. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Well, before we end this session, Shannon, do you have anything you want to add for our guest in the metaverse and also the streaming channels?
I just say there are a lot of good talks coming up. We have some pretty exciting ones. Of course, the next one is one of my favorites. But towards the end of the program today, we have some very, very exciting guests that I hope people look forward to. And, maybe later on, we'll have some fun in the metaverse. So, don't get afraid, hang around, have a good time.
Thank you very much, Shannon. And yes, everybody, so this is Shannon, and he just finished with the session Humanode DAO. And again, one more time, welcome to Humanode Conference 2022. This is the first ever Humanode Conference, the event to meet the minds and builders behind the Humanode Project. If you are on YouTube or at Twitch, join us here, join us together town, and don't forget to claim your POAP NFT. We have some amazing lineups coming, and feel free to join us with all of the lectures and the workshops and discussions later. And also we have some games that you can, hang out with some friends, your colleagues, or anybody, feel free to explore the metaverse. And this time, we have a wonderful, intelligent woman. She is a PhD managing partner and Chief Research Officer of Paradigm and a researcher at Humanode also. Basically, a researcher by vocation who is interested in all practices rooted in modern science, technology, philosophy, and the synergetic relationship between them. So, everybody, let's give this warm applause to Sasha. Okay, Sasha, are you there? Yes,
Hi, thank
I
you,
can
Fiona.
see that you are there. So, Sasha, the time is yours.
Thank you, Fiona. Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha. I'm a researcher at Paradigm and Humanode, and I'm here to talk about an exciting phenomenon, which is biometric-based NFTs. The lack of conceptualization and a concrete and systematic review of NFTs pros and cons, and the search for the possible solutions were the main limitation, the main driver for conducting this research. That contributes to a deep understanding of the features of the NFT technology and biometrics, and gives an overview of their potential positive impact and the consequences of their merge. In 2021, you all probably saw this NFT hype. Sorry, next slide. As they certainly took blockchain space by storm. Sorry, something with my presentation. No, that's okay. They've been big news ever since Beeple's everyday $70 million sale hit the headlines. The CryptoPunks collection successfully auctioned on Christie's and Sotheby's and fetched millions. In 2022, the most expensive art NFT with a price of about $92 million was the work Merge by the pseudonymous digital artist named Puck. This year's Venus Biennale is getting its first NFT exhibition. Also earlier this year, Twitter launched NFT profile picture verification, and a few weeks ago, Instagram introduces NFT, while Spotify makes plans to support them. These are just some notable examples. And while some argue about the longevity of this phenomenon and others are convinced that the hype is here to stay, the numbers speak for themselves, as NFT sales reached nearly $80 billion in 2021, up from $92.5 million in 2020, a jump of more than 200 times. Moreover, the demand remains at a consistently high level and continues to break records. And analysts predict that the global NFT market will continue to accrue, as it is expected to reach $21 billion this year. So what makes NFT technology so attractive for content creators and collectors? Are there any drawbacks or pitfalls that need to be looked at and addressed? Let's sketch the answers. Again, something with my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, next one. Yes, so what is an NFT? I guess many of you know, but I will briefly describe for those who are not completely familiar with them. Adjective non-fungible is usually used in economics to denote the possession of unique items and to describe things that cannot be replaced by others because they have a set of exceptional properties. A token as a unit of account is a record in a distributed ledger that is controlled by a computer algorithm of a smart contract, in which the values of the balances on the accounts of token holders are recorded, making it possible to transfer them from one wallet to another. So the term NFT refers to a crypto asset that represents an intangible digital file, such as an image, video, in-game collectible, and other creative products. Moreover, it seems like anything that is digital or not digital could be an NFT. Thus, it may be, for example, a World Wide Web source code, which was recently sold by its inventor in form of NFT for about $5.5 million. It could be designer sneakers, real estate, a ticket to a festival, for example, lifetime festival passes to Coachella. It can be an item in the metaverse or even genetic data. Here on the slide, you can see the main characteristics of NFTs. First of all, it is uniqueness, as unlike cryptocurrency, which requires all tokens to be identical, each NFT is unique, and artists may create two separate NFTs of the same piece of art, and both pieces could vary in value. Then it is authenticity, as authenticity of each NFT is possible because each token has verifiable metadata that makes a particular asset different from the rest, as well as a transaction log that can help prove the history of ownership. And the blockchain provides the security for those tokens, keeping all this data safe and almost impossible to replicate. Indivisibility implies that users cannot divide an NFT into smaller tokens. Fractional ownership now enables multiple users to own NFTs, which can represent a share in real-world assets. Also, rarity and scarcity are important ingredients in the recipe that makes NFTs so attractive. While developers have the freedom to generate an infinite supply of certain assets, they also have the power to limit the number of rare, desirable items in existence. Buying NFTs allows collectors to own digital items recorded on the blockchain that serves as a kind of proof of ownership. Also, transferability means that NFTs can be freely traded. Unlike, for example, SBTs, soul-bound tokens, a concept that was introduced by Vitalik Buterin several days ago, as unlike non-fungible tokens that are collectible assets that can be traded or sold, SBTs are designed to be untradeable, representing, for example, educational credentials, employment history, hashes of writings of artworks, etc. But that's another story. And last but least, since the records of issuing and transferring tokens alongside token activity can be open for public verifications, NFT ensure transparency and trust. NFT characteristics create many benefits on the one hand, as well as several challenges on the other. As for benefits, there are a lot of them. You can see them on the slide. First of all, NFTs address long-standing digital art scarcity issues of how to keep virtual artworks rare if they can be copied digitally. Also, NFTs are flagships of trust, transparency, and decentralization, as I mentioned before. If in the traditional creative industries, ownership records are stored on servers controlled by centralized institutions, with NFTs, ownership records stored on the blockchains, every NFT has an owner, and this is of public record. Subsequently, users could view the entire history of the artwork, including the previous prices at which it was purchased and owned. Also, NFTs create the possibility to eliminate intermediaries from the communication process, allowing content creators to connect directly to their audience. Due to this, they no longer have to depend on creative industries middlemen such as galleries, auction houses, and major record labels. Instead, content creators can sell their work directly to the audience in the form of NFTs, which also allow them to retain most of the profit. Also, content creators now have a unique opportunity to honestly monetize their work, as due to the advantages of the blockchain technology, they can claim royalties directly. Additionally, NFT open up new monetization opportunities for artists. as if in the traditional art world, content creators usually did not receive a percentage of secondary sales. Thanks to NFTs, today a digital artist can receive them in a fully automated way. What's more, blockchain platforms are designed to make experience interactive and profitable, not only for artists, but for the audience as well, by offering all kinds of incentives, for example, for compiling personalized collections, contributing to increasing the database of artists, venues, or events. Another NFT advantage is availability, as anyone can create NFT regardless of age, geographic location, etc. All that is required is the registration on the NFT platform of interest. Furthermore, NFT provide access to a global market, as in the traditional art industries, artists usually rely on the infrastructure and geographical locations and restrictions of the distribution of the platforms they use, as well as on the rules and standards of labels where they belong or galleries where they exhibit. With NFTs, content creators can access global markets and easily reach the collectors and community of like-minded people. In a nutshell, the main benefits of the NFT technology are as follows. You can see them on the slide. However, despite these apparent advantages of NFT solutions, it is still difficult not to pay attention to several problems. Some known issues are fraud risk, storage, security and privacy issues, governance consideration, environmental concerns, as well as difficulty in finding the original owner of the NFT, difficulty in determining the value of the NFT, and complexity for non-techie users to enter the space. The main is the authenticity problem that relates to difficulty in finding the original owner of the NFT, as well as difficulty in assessing the uniqueness and understanding how many copies exist. Lately, authenticity and copyright protection issues were rising more and more often, as while uploading content to an open, non-curated NFT platform, never stop wondering that absolutely any media file can be sold on your behalf, no matter if it is a selfie taken a few seconds ago, a picture found on the internet, or the masterpiece of a well-known artist. A number of artists have recently reported discovering their work for sale as NFTs on online marketplaces without their or copyright holders' consent. A case in point was the recent incident with an NFT drawing by Jean-Michel Basquiat, which was put up for auction and then removed 2 days later after discovering that the sellers did not own it. Main NFT flows are presented on the slide. Significant issues that are linked with the authenticity problem are cybersecurity and fraud. The growth of digital world, as well as the number of NFT transactions, has resulted in a significant increase in them. Copyright theft, copying of popular NFT or false airdrops, and NFT giveaways are some of the other major non-fungible token threats and issues in terms of cybersecurity and fraud. The advancement of the technology not only allows for greater efficiency in the trade of digital assets, but unfortunately also introduces unwelcome danger, notably in the area of cybersecurity. Also, similar to cryptocurrencies, NFT confront the barriers like management from the governance. On the other hand, how properly regulating this nascent technology with the corresponding market is also a challenge. There are also no official public registers of copyright and no global standards of licenses, since different rules apply in different regions. In a word, NFTs confront legal and policy issues across a wide range of areas. Also, storage issues remain, as blockchain layer ones are often limited in the amount of on-chain data storage capacity. Therefore, not all NFTs are stored on this level and require another storage solution. NFTs are usually stored in distributed file storage systems like IPFS or Airweave, or even in centralized ones. So any NFT can be potentially manipulated. This storage problem is deeply connected with the security and privacy issues, as in the majority of NFT projects, a cryptographic hash as an identifier instead of a copy of the file is tagged with the token and then recorded on the blockchain to save the gas consumption. This makes users lose confidence in NFTs because the original file might be lost or damaged. As I said, several NFT projects integrate their systems with IPFS, in which addresses allows users to find a piece of content as long as someone somewhere on the network is hosting it. Still, such systems have inevitable flaws. When the users upload NFT metadata to IPFS nodes, there is no guarantee that their data will be replicated among all the nodes. So the data may become unavailable if the assets is stored on the IPFS and the only node storing it is disconnected from the network. To sum up, relying on such external systems as a core storage component for an NFT system is quite vulnerable. Moreover, the current stage, the anonymity and privacy of NFTs are still understudied, as most NFT transactions rely on the Ethereum platform, layer 1 or layer 2 solutions, which only provide pseudo-anonymity rather than strict anonymity or privacy. Users can partially hide their identities if the links between them and real identities are corresponding addresses are known by the public. Otherwise, all the activities of users under exposed addresses are observable. And the existing privacy-preserving solutions such as homomorphic encryption, zero-knowledge proofs, or multi-party computation have not yet been widely applied to the NFT-related schemes due to their complicated cryptographic primitives and security assumptions. Also, there is the risk of smart contracts and NFT maintenance. These issues are prominent ones currently prevailing in the NFT space. There are several scenarios where hackers attack DeFi networks and steal a large amount of crypto. The reason behind that is that smart contract security isn't always adequate. And if smart contracts have even a tiny flaw, NFT holders cannot expect complete security. Examples of Poly network hack and the recent incident with Ronin Bridge. Then it is extensibility. Extensibility of NFT schemes is twofold. The first is the ability of the system to interact with other ecosystems. Fortunately, most of the NFT-related projects adopt Ethereum as their underlying platform. This indicates that they share a similar data structure and can exchange under the same rules. The second focuses on whether NFT systems can obtain updates when the current version is left behind, and properly updating the system with improvements would be a necessity. While a secondary issue, there has been increased concerns about energy consumption related to the NFTs and energy-intensive operating proof-of-work blockchains that could pose additional roadblocks to widespread adoption of NFTs. As most NFTs are currently supported by Ethereum, which still uses proof-of-work, a single NFT transaction requires as much electricity as the average home for about a day and a half. And the upcoming Ethereum transition to proof of stake will most likely to solve this. Also, there is difficulty in determining the value of the NFT, as There are considerable fluctuations in the prices of NFTs because there is no fixed standard for any particular type of NFT. The price of any NFT may depend on creativity, uniqueness, scarcity, and a lot more. People can determine the factors that may drive the price of NFTs. Due to this, these fluctuations in prices remain constant, and the evaluation of NFTs become a big challenge. Moreover, quality of many artworks is rather doubtful since anyone can mint an NFT without having any creative skills. There are also problems with usability as a measurement of the effectiveness, efficiency, and users' satisfactions when utilizing NFT marketplaces. Most NFT schemes are built on top of the Ethereum. Therefore, it is obvious that the main drawbacks of the Ethereum are inherited. The two major challenges that have direct impacts on the user experience are high gas prices and slow confirmation. Conquering these issues requires a redesign of the blockchain topology, optimization of its structure, or improvement in the consensus mechanisms. Layer 2 scaling solutions and transition to Ethereum 2.0 is the answer. Still, existing blockchain systems cannot yet fulfill such requirements. And also, for the audience and consumers, it is still common to use familiar major services instead of NFT platforms, as well as for the majority of non-techie artists. Much more simplification is needed so NFTs are easily to use for people who know nothing about blockchain. All these problems exist, and our Humanode researchers and engineers are puzzling over their solutions. As we saw, authenticity and copyright protection, privacy, and usability are beyond doubt the main problems in the NFT space. And what we came up with is that biometrics have the potential to rescue here. Traditionally, to solve the copyright problem, researchers distinguish three possible ways of proving someone's identity. First is using something a person has, whether it is an identity document, then utilizing something a person knows, like a secret phrase or a password. And a third way is through what a person is, through biometrics, whether it is a face, finger, iris, retina, veins in a finger or palm, etc. Since biometric identifiers are unique to individuals, they are more reliable in verifying identity than other methods, without saying that it is fast and really easy to use. Utilizing biometrics as one of its core technologies, Humanode creates the decentralized biometric identification layer that is not only used on the native Humanode platform, but can be used on a variety of platforms and decentralized applications, including popular NFT marketplaces and services. These biometric identifications ensure that the NFT is unique and authentic and partially eliminates the copyright problem and authenticity issues. Also, there will be no more concerns about data privacy as Humanode utilizes crypto biometrics, which is based on a stack of various technologies and disciplines such as cybersecurity, encryption, liveness detection, and zero-knowledge proofs. Once content creators or buyers log into the Humanode network, the one-to-one search and matching operation happens in an encrypted space, and because it is zero knowledge based, the only piece of information that is searched for and is given out is that user is registered or not. Also, content creators and collectors will stay pseudonymous while utilizing blockchain-based applications without the need to reveal their identity, but only by proving they're real human beings. They will effortlessly access their wallets, mint and sell tokens, and sign transactions in the most accurate and secure way. Usability issues are also to be solved, as Humanode biometric identifications are likely to be tied in as an option for user identification in the NFT platforms in forms of wallet browser extension or as a full-fledged app. They will provide a simple way to interact with blockchain-based services and offer the most user-friendly interface for non-techie members of our communities. Due to Humanode technology to enter metaverses and to buy and sell tokens there, NFTs, artists and collectors will only need to scan their faces. The same can be said to video games, decentralized music or video streaming platforms and other NFT-related services. All this greatly simplifies interaction with the NFT ecosystem for both content creators and collectors in the most simple, secure, and private way. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Sasha. So what I was saying was talking about NFT, this is one of the topic that is trending, that never ends. Everybody wants to talk about NFT. Everybody, when they go to crypto, they're even hunting for free NFT, so everything is about NFT. But yeah, before we go to the questions, Sasha, so I have some questions to be asked to you by our users. But then again, one more time for everybody, wherever you are, if you are streaming from YouTube, from Twitch, join us here in Gathertown, and don't forget to also claim your POEP NFT. And Sasha, we are also inviting everybody else here in our metaverse. If you have any questions for our speaker, don't hesitate to ask. Please just ask us here, and our speaker will be happy to answer your questions. You can also type in Twitch or YouTube, anywhere, and our team will list your questions. And back to Sasha. So Sasha, what do you think is the most interesting after effect of the implementation of biometric-based NFT?
Well, thank you for your question. I think NFTs have a great potential in the creative industries, which include art, design, music, film, fashion, and others. Basically, I think they may change the way people share ideas. Beyond that, NFTs empower creators to capture and share their digital expression in their own terms. So the walls between artists, galleries, and buyers are crumbling in light of possibilities presented by the blockchain. In the digital age, the ability to verify actions, authenticity, and origin is priceless. So biometric-based NFTs could let creators easily mint and copyright their work. Also, listing for sale on open marketplaces. All of these transactions are unchangeable. This means that over time, tokens can gain value, increasing rarity and driving even more demand for creativity. Moreover, I like the idea that biometric-based NFTs could be a driver to flourishing virtual events and inspire the metaverse as a collective virtual space that allows all types of digital activities like enjoying games, displaying self-made arts, trading assets, and virtual properties like land parcels, names, wearables, and other. So the metaverse ecosystem covers nearly all NFT use cases. And the advantages of biometric-based NFTs will be offered directly within it, removing barriers to entry. Other than that, I think thanks to biometrics, NFTs could be introduced millions of people to cryptocurrencies for the very first time, and investors can become more knowledgeable about blockchain, as well as artists, while utilizing blockchain-based applications. This leads to a more diverse industry and accelerates adoption of NFT technology, blockchain technology, and innovation as a whole. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And thank you for your answer, Sasha. And yeah, again, as I mentioned before, I think, everybody, when they get into crypto, especially because this is like the endless topic that people won't stop talking about. So even the newbie also want to learn about NFT, and then now that you said that there is actually a step further to take this NFT, there is this one question from one of our guests from the metaverse. Do you have any recommendation of sources to learn about NFT for total beginners?
I guess there are a lot of guides on NFTs. Actually, I wrote a couple of them. I don't know. You just come to the NFT platform and try. It is really easy if you have your art already ready.
Yeah, that's right. So as you know, also Sasha has written on maybe videos and some blogs about NFT.
Yes, there are a lot of blogs on NFTs for beginners from my side. I can share it. Just find me in the Gather town.
Yeah. So if you find Sasha and you want to talk to her directly, then feel free to say hi after this. Sasha.
Sure.
And also there is another guest here asking another question for Sasha, because we are talking about NFT. Wow, this is actually getting more fun. What is the disadvantage of NFT, do you see?
Advantage? Well, there are a lot of advantages of NFT, as I said in my presentation, but the main ones, I guess, that they are accelerating adoption of all new technologies because they are really widespread now, and the NFT boom showed us all the advantages, as well as revealed many shortcomings, but that's another story.
Yeah, also the question is, what is the disadvantage? Disadvantage of NFT.
Disadvantages.
Yeah, that's right.
Disadvantages. Also, as I mentioned in my presentation, there are a lot of them. One of them is energy consumption and environmental concerns because of all proof of work networks, and most NFT related services are still uses Ethereum. Also, there are a lot of disadvantages that are connected with the NFT, like disadvantages of NFTs for the users. And like, as I mentioned, it's storage, privacy issues, other anonymity issues, and others. And biometric-based NFTs could solve this.
So you bring solution. Humanode is a solution. Yeah, biometrics is a solution. That's really nice. Thank you, Sasha, for answering the questions. And yeah, to our guests who asked the questions to Sasha, I hope it answered your questions. And if you have further questions, then feel free to say hi to Sasha at any time. And also our team, Shamir, just sent the post in our chat room. This is the blog of Humanode, and Sasha also wrote many of the blogs. So if you would like to know more about it, please feel free to click on the link. And yes, Sasha, do you have anything else to say to our guests, to Humanodes or Humanodes gonna be? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for joining the Humanode. Thank you for everything. Basically, see you in Gather Town today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Sasha. So everybody, it is Sasha, PhD, Managing Partner and Chief Research Officer of Paradigm and a researcher at Humanode with the lecture Biometric-based NFTs. And thank you very much. Again, I would like to welcome everybody to Humanode Conference 2022. This is the first ever Humanode Conference, the event to meet the minds and builders behind Humanode Project. If you are on YouTube or you are on Twitch, join us in GatherTown. And don't forget to claim your POEP NFT. Our operator, if you can see in the screen, they will share a link, and that link is to be filled out for claiming your NFT, your POEP NFT. And of course, we have some amazing lineup. Feel free to join us, to listen to all the lectures and also workshops and discussions, anything. And please feel free to explore the metaverse. And I think this is the time for me to call Shannon. Shannon, I think I'm kind of, I miss you. You have to be here with me, Shannon. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, actually, I think our guests have been sitting here and listening to all these lectures for so long time. We do have some workshops coming up. A workshop by Noah is going to be up in a couple minutes, and a workshop by Tony. These two workshops are going to be extremely important, especially for those who will be participating in the Humanode Hackathon that will start in 2 days' time. So if you are a builder, a hacker, and you are interested in participating in the Humanode network and trying to earn a $30,000 prize pool, well, do not miss these next lectures. But before we go there, we want to have a little break. There will be about 10 minutes. And at the same time, for those who are not that tired and want some entertainment and are participating from the GatherTown platform, I think it's time for some games and fun.
Yay.
So, Fiona, I hear that you are a quiz master.
Oh, did you? Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, I guess, because yes, of course, Shannon. I mean, I like quiz. I like to make quiz. I like to host a quiz. So yeah, why don't we start? Well, we have a lot of people joining us right now, and I am pretty sure that there will be more the guests joining us in GatherTown. So yeah, guys, if you are in YouTube, if you are on Twitch, then join us now. We will have some activities that also, we want to know you closer, And yes, I think, it's time for us to start now.
Okay,
So,
well, before we start, Fiona, how are we going to get the answers?
that's easy, I think.
Okay.
So, if you see in the metaverse that there is this one guy called Shamir, okay? So, if you guys are with us, right? So, if you can see anybody named Shamir, you want to chase him. It's because not now. I mean, yeah, it's because if you know the answer to this question that Shannon and I are going to ask, then you are going to tell Shamir what the answer is, and he will be collecting your wallet address. We have something to give you for a cup of coffee, I think, Shannon. Yeah, right. So
yeah, it's basically yes. But I mean, this is break time after all. So whoever is smart enough to know the answers of your quizzes, and I believe it will be we'll have 5 lucky winners for this session, and each of you will most likely be getting a cup of coffee, unless it's not too expensive cup of coffee. So let's go with quizzes.
Let's go with quizzes. Okay, so you know the rules, guys. And if you are here with us and joining our quiz, please do not hesitate to open your mic, because Shamir will need to hear your voice for the answer of the question. Let's start with question number 1, blockchain quiz. Okay, Shannon.
Yes.
The blockchain trilemma is a concept coined by Vitalik Buterin. What are they?
Oh, I hope you're not asking me. I just hope we have a lot of smart people in the audience that will run and actually answer that question.
Yes, okay. Shamir, are you ready? Anybody? Anybody? The blockchain trilemma is a concept coined by Vitalik Buterin. What are they? Anybody? If you know the answer, you can just find Shamir. I can see Shamir in the metaverse. He is so come to Shamir and write answers in nearby. Yeah, that's right. Come on, go. Walk to Shamir, chase him, and try to answer the questions. The first question is, the blockchain trilemma is a concept coined by Vitalik Buterin. What are they? Anybody? Okay, I can see that somebody is actually answering questions. Okay, we
Yeah.
wait for him.
Yes, let's wait for
Yes.
him. I see Shamir being swarmed right now, which is always a good sight. So,
Wow, what a charming guy he is.
okay,
Okay.
if we, assuming that we have the answers by now,
Mhm.
and if we have a winner, let's see, Shamir, if somebody has managed to answer the quiz correctly, please run up on stage so we can see you.
Yes, Shamir, we need you. Wow, it seems like a lot of people are interested in joining our quiz.
So, okay, with that being said, I am guessing that we have a winner, although the winner will not be announced at this time. Let's go ahead. Fiona, do you want to give us the answer?
Of course, Shannon, of course. It won't be fun if I don't tell you the answers, right? So the answer for the first question is the blockchain trilemma is a concept coined by Vitalik Buterin. What are they? So the answers are decentralization, scalability, and security. That's the blockchain trilemma. Congratulations to anyone who answered the question, the first question of the blockchain quiz. And Shannon, now shall we go? Mhm.
We can, but if nobody answered correctly, does that mean that I get a free cup of coffee?
Yes,
Or
of
do
course.
you get the free cup of coffee? Or we
First,
could
it's
split
you.
it. Oh, okay. Okay.
First, it's you, Shannon. It's okay. And then second and third will be mine.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Let's go to the second
let's-
question.
Yes, the second question.
You might want to take this one, Shannon.
Okay. Humanode defense against civil attacks. Where did the name civil in the civil attacks and defense come from?
Ooh, okay. This is actually not directly related to Humanode, but if you are in the Humanode environment, you will hear this civil word over and over again. You know, civil attack, civil defense. So yeah, I think
Well,
Shannon asked. Mhm.
Yeah, actually, this one for me is the easy one. As you see, I'm the oldest fart in Humanode, being the oldest dude and knowing my history and knowing myself. Yes, civil attacks and defense. Civil is one name. Once you hear it, you can't forget it, especially once you know the story. So yes,
Yeah.
everybody, go ahead, chase down Shamir and answer the question. And yes,
Okay.
you can also, oh yes, we actually have a proper answer here. Wow.
Proper answers. Wow.
Yes, so we do have a winner in this, so we can actually go ahead and give you the answer. Civil is named after the subject of the book Civil, a case study of a woman diagnosed with where did it go? Sorry, my glasses. Basically, It is a book about a lady with multiple identities. I know there are many politically correct terms for the disease, but it was said that she had many, many personalities. So when we talk about a civil attack, we're talking about a person with many, many bots or many, many identities attacking the system. But yes, it is correct. It is from a book and a movie.
Congratulations. Congratulations to the one who answered the question. And yeah, I guess you got a cup of coffee from Humanode. And wow, I can't see Shamir because Shamir is actually now being surrounded by so many guests. So Shamir is somewhere. Shamir, if you can hear us, please move yourself somewhere where we can see you. Okay, shall we go to the next question, Shannon? All right, this is now a little bit technical. And the next question will be, what does UTXO stand for? What does UTXO stand for? If you know the answer, if you know the answer, guys, then you just find somebody from our team named Shamir. Come to him and let him know your answer, and he will be the one who take a note of your wallet address. Okay, Shamir, go Shamir. Where's Shamir? Yes, Shamir is there.
There's so many things that UTXO could stand for, you know?
Like what?
Well, I don't know, you know, just looking at the characters, I could say, you know, universal technology, kisses and hugs.
That's right. Yeah, there are so many probability, right? So, okay. Did we have any answer for this one? Do you have a proper answer for this one? Or shall we go to the next one? Okay, while we're waiting for answers, then if you are on YouTube, you are on Twitch, please come and join us, join the fun. We are now in our break time, waiting for the next session of lecture, but we're also having fun right here. Please feel free to join us. Okay?
Well, Fiona, give us the answer and let's move on to the next question.
Okay, so UTXO stand for unspent transaction output. That is UTXO, unspent transaction output. Okay, I know it's a little bit technical, but yeah.
Just a little bit.
All right, so shall we go to the next one, Shannon?
Let's go to the next one.
Next question. Shannon, why don't you tell our guest?
Okay, what is Humanode infrastructure based on? Besides our blood, sweat, and a lot of coffee.
What is
if
Humanode?
Yes, what is the Humanode infrastructure based on? So if anybody has the correct answer or an answer, run to Shamir, give him the answer. And we'll give you exactly 30 seconds. By the way, Fiona, I'm assuming you know what it's built on, right?
Yes, of course, Shannon. Of course. Well, it's what we've been always.
Yeah, you know.
It's what we've been always talking, right? Yeah. Okay, Shamir. Oh, there are actually some guests who are answering in the chat room, but yeah, let's tell our guest the answer for the question, Shannon.
Okay, actually, Fiona, I'll give the honors to you. To test you, of course.
Thank you very much, Shannon. So yeah, Humanode infrastructure is based on human biometrics. Am I right? Give me my coffee.
Well, yeah, it's based on, yes, it's based on human biometrics, and although some might say, well, but it was built on substrate. But yes, human biometrics is the answer that we are looking for.
Thank you. Yay, I'm getting my coffee.
Okay, and for the final question of this series, as I can feel that we have one person named Noah that is going through major mental preparations to give his splendid workshop. He seems to be awakening here. So in order to give him his chance, let's go for the final question.
Final question.
Okay, a monetary policy and algorithm that targets real value growth and proportional emission is called, and I hope you can go ahead and answer this because this is good.
This is good and easy.
Very easy. If
Yeah.
you've seen any of my Humanode 101 videos, Humanode in simple term videos in my Humanode 101 articles, or if you've been a reader of the white paper, you shall know the answer.
One word. That's the answer. Okay, Shamir. So if you know the answer for our question, then you can find Shamir. Shamir is in the middle of the hall. And please let him know your answer. Okay, we have 10 seconds now. And then we are going to tell the answers. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Okay, Shannon. So I believe that is the end of our blockchain quiz for day 1. And I
Yes.
am going to tell you the answer for the final question. So the question is, a monetary policy and algorithm that targets real value growth, and proportional emission is called FAT.
Exactly, and here's a quiz for Fiona. If you can answer this, I will give you this one extra cup of coffee. And the question is, where does the word FAT come from?
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't think that it's coming. Well, to be honest with you, Shannon, I'm not sure. Can you tell
I
us?
get an extra cup of coffee. Okay. The word FAT comes from the word fathom, to fathom something, to think deeply about it, and to understand it deeply, to fathom. So
Wow.
that is the end of the quiz section, and we are going to have a quick break, a very quick break of roughly 3 minutes, and then we will have our next guest, Noah, on stage.
You ready? And we'll see you in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I think we're back here for the second half of the first day of the Humanode Conference 2022. Today, we have some very special guests. And the next one is a special guest with a very special session, very special workshop. As I said earlier, this session will be key for, especially for those who want to build on the Humanode chain and are ready to build with us during the hackathon. So our special guest today is from our blockchain team. His name is Noah. He is a Rust developer, and he's part of the Humanode development team. He's a Rust enthusiast, and he is here to talk about connecting to the Humanode chain. So I would like to welcome our good friend Noah to this conference.
Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome, everybody. Hi, yeah, my name is Noah. I am a blockchain developer for Humanode, and I'll be leading you through this here workshop. And like Shannon said, it's primarily for developers that want to deploy contracts to the Humanode network. But really, anybody can listen in. Of course, everybody is welcome. Yeah, so this is a workshop, so you are welcome to follow along on your own machine. There are notes and instructions for this entire workshop listed at our repository. As you can see, Humanode Network / Humanode EVM Workshop 2022. If you are following along, I do suggest taking a look at these because it's a little bit easy to get left behind as we work through all this. So the requirements for this workshop are a web browser. Firefox and Chrome work best. Either Linux or Mac. Some familiarity with the terminal, NPM, and MetaMask as a browser extension. And then some way to download files, so wget or curl work best. So I'll give everybody a moment to get set up and boot up a terminal. Well, first things first, let's create a directory. The first thing we're going to do is download the Humanode peer binary. So let's make a directory for that and then change into it. Now, the actual binary you download is going to be a little different depending on your operating system and your architecture. You can figure out which binary you need using this manifest file. So this will list the platform and the architecture, and then down below you can see the sub URL that is related to that. So I'm using Linux. So I'm going to scroll down to here, Linux, and that looks correct. So we take our domain here. Like this, insert the domain. And then we take the sub URL listed here. Insert that. Specify the output file. And there we go. That should work. There are going to be some awkward pauses in this workshop as we wait for things to download and install. These are perfect opportunities for questions or comments. If you get an error, please let us know, and we can try to get you up and running as well while we work through this together. All right, looks like we have the file. In order to run it, we're first going to need to make it executable. So this is the command to do that. And now we should be able to run it normally. take note of these flags, --dev to run in a dev environment, and then --temp to make it a temporary instance. And this lets us kind of play around with the chain and not have to worry about any destructive actions or anything like that. And you should be able to run that. Great, looks like it's working. All right, do we have any questions so far about setting up your node to run? Okay. So the first tool we're going to use for smart contract development is Truffle. And Truffle is a suite of tools that kind of make it easy to run tests and to deploy. It's all in the command line, and there's a couple ways we can go about it. Humanode provides this Truffle box package for you, and the easiest way to download it or to use it is with this Truffle unbox command seen here. So let's go ahead and create a directory for our Truffle box. So I'm going to call it my contracts and change into my contracts. Now, you will need Truffle. You can install it with npm. So npm install -g Truffle for global. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to run that. You can see, make sure. Or it won't. Okay, so yeah, there it is. That does take a while, so let's take a small pause to make sure everybody has their Truffle installed. And while we're waiting, I'll talk a little bit about how Humanode implements the Ethereum virtual machine. Like you may have heard during the quiz, we built Humanode with Substrate, which is a blockchain framework. So it lets you build blockchains super easily. There's a couple ways it lets you do that, but one of them lets you kind of use these building blocks called palettes. And you just pick and choose which palettes you want to include in your blockchain, and you have like a fully working blockchain, which is really cool. One of the palettes we use is called Palette EVM. So somebody basically implemented the entire Ethereum virtual machine and just provided it as a palette for us to use. So we imported that and then made all the supporting changes we need to, and boom, we had a fully working Ethereum virtual machine. And this means that any smart contract that you write for Ethereum will also work for Humanode, which is really cool. All right, so hopefully we have Truffle installed now. We can download and install our Truffle box from Humanode now. So Humanode network, Humanode Truffle box. And this command also takes a while, so while we're waiting, make sure that we don't have any questions so far. If anybody's run into any issues, please let us know. Another way you can download and install the Truffle box is actually by using it as a template. So if you click here, use this template, it'll create a repository with this exact structure. And if you do that, you just clone the repository and then follow these instructions here, and you'll get the exact same results. So either way works well. All right. While this is downloading, let's take a look at the prepared directory that I made. So just because it takes a long time, I go ahead and download this ahead of time. And it's got our basic cookie cutter Truffle package. No surprises here. We can take a look at the example contract. That'll be in our contracts folder here. And you can see that it's just a dead simple token. And this is where you put your own code. So anything you have for contracts goes in the contracts folder. Let's see. Want to wait until this is done downloading, because if anybody's following along, I know don't want to leave them behind. You might notice that Humanode is actually closed source right now, which can be a little frustrating when you're kind of looking at trying to find out how things work. But we do plan on open sourcing it in the future. That'll be after mainnet, most likely, because right now we don't want people to use it before it's ready. So hold fast. You'll be able to see how things work soon. Okay, it looks like everything is done downloading. There's a few commands you should know with Truffle. The first one is Truffle compile, and that'll just compile your contracts with the Solidity compiler. And you'll see this warning here. I think we can safely ignore that for now. Everything's looking good. Next, we can test our contracts. So Truffle, oops, test, and then we specify network dev, and that'll run the tests on our Humanode network that we launched, our local node. If you're interested, this is what the tests look like. Like so. They're written in JavaScript. If you're familiar with the ecosystem, you'll fit right in. So this is what we're running to make sure everything's working okay. All right, has anybody run into any issues coming up to this point so far? Sweet, looks like that worked. The last command we're going to run is Truffle deploy. So this will deploy your smart contracts to the network. And this is all listed in the workshop notes. There. Awesome. Looks like that worked. Okay, that about covers all of the Truffle stuff. I'll take a moment to make sure everybody's all caught up. And then we'll move on to Remix, which, if you're not familiar, is a IDE, so integrated development environment for smart contracts on the web. So it is a nice user interface for developing and deploying smart contracts. So similar to Truffle, but it's more geared towards kind of a visual user interface. So to do that, we'll need to first install MetaMask. And you can do that if you don't have it already. If you just Google MetaMask, you should find pretty quick the extension for it. And the full website is metamask.io, and that should get you to the download. Once you install it as an extension, it should have you first create a wallet or import one if you already have a wallet. Give you a moment to do that. Once you have it installed, you will want to select it up in your extensions bar. So it decides to go. And then you want to navigate to settings. So what we're doing is we're adding our local node to our MetaMask here. So settings, networks, add network here. We'll be greeted by this network entry page, and we'll fill out the details like so. Network name, we'll put Humanode Dev. Excuse me. RPC URL will be http://127.0.0.1:9933. And these details are again here. Just in case you need to take a look. Chain ID will be 5234. And currency symbol is HMND. Once you have all that filled out, go ahead and save the network. Okay, that looks good. The next step is adding an account with funds. Now, to use Remix, you'll want to have an account with gas available. The easiest way to do that is to import our development account. I'm not going to make you type it in. It is available right here. So you want to copy this and paste it into MetaMask. So up here on the top right, import account. And then here's the entry box. So you paste that and click import. And it's not going to let me do it because I already have the account. But that should give you an account with plenty of gas to do as much testing and development as you need. And do make sure that you have the Humanode Dev network selected and not the Ethereum mainnet. make sure everybody has their MetaMask set up before we move on. All right, finally, we will take a look at Remix. So Remix integrates with MetaMask, so that's why we set it up in the first place. If you first navigate to this website, which is also found here, make sure you see where that link is, right there. It'll ask you to connect an account and make sure you connect the one that we just imported. Once you're here, let's take a look around. We have this contracts folder, which we can find some pre-written contracts to test out. We have our tests and our scripts, which will do various tasks. To compile a contract, we'll go over to Solidity Compiler and click compile. So make sure you select the one you want, then compile. To deploy, select this option here, and then make sure you have injected Web3 selected. That's the one we want. And then the last step, make sure you have the contract you want and deploy. That should bring up a little confirmation for you. Confirm. And that's it. It's on its way. All right, that about covers all of the Remix deploying and development. And yeah, do we have any questions covering Remix? Or now that we've finished everything, any other step that we took?
And thank you, Noah. So let's see if we have any questions here. I mean, as you can probably guess, I'm not a high-tech guy. I'm pretty standard. The only coding language that I learned was BASIC, and that was a long time ago. So anyway, let's look at some of the questions from the crowd here. And here is one that you might want to answer. It says, will my existing Ethereum dApp work with Humanode?
That's a good question, yeah. Yes, that will work on Ethereum, will also work on Humanode with like minimal or no changes at all. Yeah, like I said, the AVM we're using is like completely encompassing. So all you need to do is deploy your previously Ethereum network dApp onto Humanode and everything should work. Obviously, software isn't all nice to you all the time. So if any bugs come up, obviously, please let us know. But yeah, it should just work with no problem.
Okay, it's good. Although there was full screens of MetaMask here, one of the questions was, does Humanode support MetaMask and will it support it in the future, or is this just for development?
Yeah, that definitely, as we have shown, it does support MetaMask, but it covers both development and you can just use it as a wallet as well. It works as it would with any Ethereum network. There is, for development, we added it kind of manually, but in the future, you should just be able to select it like any other network. The extra steps we took won't be needed.
Okay then. Thank you very much. I think that is all the questions that we have for the community at this point. So with that being said, are there any final messages that you would like to give to all the builders out there?
Yeah, well, thanks for tuning in. We have some really awesome features coming up very soon, so keep your ears open. And happy hacking. Yeah, can't wait for the hackathon coming up very soon. So excited to see all the faces there. Thank you.
Okay then. Thank you, Noah. Now, for our next guest, this is going to be our second workshop of the day. We have another very special person who will be presenting how to integrate with Humanode OAuth 2. Tony is one of our developers and is, of course, working with many of our partners here. He is a Rust engineer and he is one smart cookie. And so anyway, I'd like to invite Tony up here to give us this workshop. So Tony, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I'm perfectly ready. Hello, everyone. I'm here to show you how to easily integrate with Humanode Identity Provider. I'm Tony. I'm a Rust engineer. I'm the one who stands behind our OAuth server. And nice to see all of you. So I wanted to show you how to integrate with us in pretty basic, pretty simple and fast form, as fast and simple as possible. I have an empty repository here, and let's code. I'll start with initializing. I will write in Node.js. I'm not a Node.js programmer, so please have mercy. We will be using Express and OpenID client library for integrating. So let me add them very quickly. Something isn't working. Something isn't working, and we're 5 minutes into it. Nice. Let me set up my ESLint because I need it. Nice. And we're pretty much ready to go. Express. So what we need here? We need here some. We need some routes, I believe. It's a route. Route. Let's actually set up the Jade, our view engine.
Tony, could you get a little closer to the microphone or speak up a bit, because for this old man, I'm not hearing your voice enough.
All right, I just will be louder.
Wonderful.
Just a little view page. Activate Jade here and now we have one simple page. Let me add some more to it. Actually, this is how it looks like. And it's not linkable. It's linkable, but it's nothing here. Let's add something there. We need some login endpoint. And for login endpoint, we need to start using our OpenID client. For OpenID client, we need to set a couple of things. Firstly, I'll set up the issuer. Issuer is an identity provider. In our case, Humanode identity provider. This library has a pretty nice function that just load everything that we need from the issuer itself. It's a sync function. No problem. After the issuer, we need to set up the OAuth client. Here we have our highly secured password, and we set up the client ID. We set up the callback URIs that can be used in this client. We set up our response type, it's just code. And we set up the token endpoint auth method because it is different that we'll be using different than default auth method. Default is client secret basic, I believe. To the client, we need to set up. Actually, we need to store in a cookie some information. So let me very quickly add in the cookie parser. And with this cookie parser, then let's use them. And with that, we can go a little bit further. Here we can set up the code verifier. It's pretty simple things. Code verifier is just random string encoded in base 64. Nothing special. And this verifier will be needed in other endpoints. So I'll just set it in a cookie. Besides that, we have a code challenge. Code challenge will be used for our next step. Well, this should be here, but it much. The client is some static thing, and I'll just add them as a variable, and so it will be reusable. Our next step is to get the redirect link to our login page. Again, this redirect link. Just make this. So this method authorization URL will create this link for us. We just need to point out the scope that we need, and we currently need only OpenID scope. We set up our challenge that we make just recently, and we point the state. State is just some random string, just another layer of protection that I will not use. After getting the redirect URI, we just redirect in there and pretty much it with this endpoint. After the redirecting the end user to this login page, end user will show his face, scan, and all of bio authentication. Next, he will be redirected to our callback, the one we specified here. let's make the callback endpoint. In a callback, we will get something like blah 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 slash callback and query parameters that we need to parse them. So let's do this. We use the code verifier and client just get them. They set it up recently. And we parsing the parameters. After this, one of the parameters is what we actually needed is authorization code or auth code. This code we need to exchange to our suite JWT. Actually, Wikipedia tells us that JWT should be pronounced as JOT. I'm uncomfortable with that, so it's JWT. Some of this. This method will be exchanging our authorization code for JWT. And I will store the JWT in cookie. After all of this, we can just redirect end user back to the root route. But our root route is now pretty useless. Let's make something with it. Can do something like this. Just get the JWT from cookie. But this is JWT in cookie. It will be undefined if we have no cookie, no JWT. But this method will transform it, even if it is undefined, to some object. And in case of undefined JWT, we will get the empty object. And I don't like this empty object, so let me make something like this. Straight up back to undefined state. With this, I want to make a little change here. So on this root page, we will see this JWT, just do we have it currently. So I just something like this. If we have it, we can call ourselves user. Otherwise, it will be guest. After all of this, there is another endpoint that we need to implement. It's a secret endpoint, something that we can see if we have JWT and not see if not. So just secret. Let's add some more view. Secret view. Like this. It will be even simpler page. So yeah, we need at least some of validation of JWT. I will not do the whole validation, but I will do something. So it will be not empty. If double set JWT is encoded 1. We can decode it using the claims method. After the claims, we can actually take some of its fields and check them. It's audition. It is an array of clients that can use this JWT. So let's check if our client is in this list. Our client is demo exp. Better. And let's see another one field. Issuer. We can see that issuer that produces JWT is actually the one that we need. Issuers are stored with /name. So if all of this is fine, then we can render our secret. And if it's not, let's redirect the user. Back to the beginning. Right. Let's see if it actually works. I get the redirected back, so I can go there. Maybe I can get my JWT. And nice one. Here we can see our scopes that we're requesting. We're requesting only OpenID scope, Humanode identifier, as it's called here. This is consent page, the one where we need to give our consent, our permission to use for the website that we currently implement. Have hello user instead of hello guest. And I think we can, yes. Now we see this secret, super secret. And it's actually just the photo of my cat. Enjoy. That's pretty much everything that I have for you today.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I'm waiting for the questions to come in. And in the meanwhile, one question from me to you is for those who are new to this process, do you have any special tips or tricks that they should learn in advance? Or is everything pretty much as clear as crystal?
The protocol of OAuth 2 and based on it, OpenID Connect is highly usable in the world. So pretty much everyone who interested in using some authorization mechanism, they're already familiar with it, and all of this integration is very simple. It has plenty of libraries for almost every single programming language in the world. So there is some tips and tricks.
Mm-hmm. So, Tony, as I see, our tech-oriented listeners have not responded yet, so I'm assuming that most of the questions will start flowing once the hackathon begins. So, for those of you who will be attending the hackathon and have questions concerning the implementation and whatnot, I can guarantee that there will be some help there, but just get ready and open your mind and start getting ready to create some amazing dApps. So Tony, thank you very, very much for your workshop today. And do you have any final comments for all the hackers and builders out there?
Well, let's see. I'm just very glad to see so many faces in a conference, and very glad to be here with you guys. And just thanks everyone for this opportunity to speak with you. Have a nice coding. Have a nice life.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. And we'll be seeing more of you, especially during the hackathon. So once again, thank you, Tony. And
Thank you, Shannon.
it is time to bring Fiona back on the stage because we have some time. I'd say we have about 10 minutes or so for a break. Actually, we might have more like 15 minutes for a break. And of course, people can run to grab more coffee or drain all the coffee that you have in here so much up to this point. But we will be having some very exciting talks to come on from here. We're going to have Alex C. from Republic. We're going to have Veto, our co-founder. We're going to be having friends from Wintermute, and there will be some sessions that you will definitely want to be into. So for those of you who are in GatherTown and in the metaverse and not on YouTube or Twitch, well, it's time for more games and fun with Fiona. Fiona, what do you have for us for this session? And I think you're muted again. Yes, there we go.
Now I'm here. That is a good question, Shannon. It's I am glad to be here back with you again. And yes, I always have something to share with our community, to share with our Humanode. So yeah, again, before we start, I promise you that I have something that is very interesting and you don't want to miss this. But before that, I want to remind all of our participants in Humanode Conference 2022 that if you have any questions for our speakers, then don't hesitate to ask us here, type out in the metaverse, or you can also type in YouTube or in Twitch. So any platform that you feel is comfortable for you asking questions. And don't forget also that we are deploying POEP NFT for Humanode Conference 2022. So if you are on YouTube, on Twitch, please join us here in GatherTown, and don't forget to claim your POEP NFT. And Shannon, yes, that's right.
Yes.
Thank you. You can see on our screen that we are sharing the QR code to the link for POEP NFT. And if you find any avatar named Shamir, that is also one of Humanode team. So he will be able to help you giving the link and everything you need to know about Humanode, including the links of Humanode Blogspot. And yes, let's get it on. Let's start. This is the time.
This is the time for you to give us some more quizzes, but a little change here. Instead of chasing Shamir around, since he seems to be afraid of being mugged by all the users, please type out your answers in chat in the metaverse. So for the winner will be very clear. The person who is able to answer the question first will be getting coffee. Now,
coffee this time.
Well, coffee, a little extra change for coffee. So if you are the lucky winner, then Shamir will most likely contact you for your wallet address. Now, with that said, are we ready, Fiona?
Yes, I was born ready. Let's go.
Yes, let's go. Oh, one last thing. If by any chance you are the first to answer all of them, well, there is a chance that you will get 5 cups of coffee. But if there are others that answer Well, we might just give them the opportunity. So anyway, everybody, keep your eyes open, keep your fingers ready, and let's go, Fiona.
Okay, so I will show you a picture of, it will be somebody, it can be anything, but I just want you to think and be creative when you're looking at the picture, because it can be anything or anybody. And this is going to be a character, a real life character, something that, how can you explain it? Something that is not in the real world. So any character, but yeah, please be ready. So we are going to start with our first picture here. Okay, yes, that's it. We have our first piece of puzzle. And if you know who he or she is, then please type your answer in the chat room. Okay, we are waiting for the answers. Waiting for the answers. All right, and we are going to count to 10. 1, 2.
Let's do it as 5.
Oh, 5. Okay. 5 then. 4, 3, 2, 1. Next piece of puzzle, please. There you go.
Okay, very clear. I know exactly who this is, right?
Oh. Anybody knows who he is? Okay. Yes, come on. Yeah, we need your answers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the picture. Yes, that's it. Okay, so we have the whole picture right now. If you know who he is, then please type the answer on the chat room. Okay, we have 5 seconds to go to the next picture. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Actually, we have people actually answering. Yes. So yes.
Yeah. Okay, second picture, Shannon. First piece of puzzle is revealed.
And do we actually have people answering already?
Okay.
Just remember, when you're going to answer, in this case, with a P2, as in picture 2. P2, if you have the answer, go ahead and type P2 and the name of the individual.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the next piece of puzzles.
I think we might already have a lucky winner, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, the question in general, who am I? That's what I ask myself every morning.
Oh, Shannon. All right, I'm going to count right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the whole picture, please. Yay! Yes, this one is very famous. Very, very famous. Shall we go to the third picture, Shannon?
Yes, we do have a lucky winner. So let's go ahead. Go to the third picture. Everybody, be fast in the typing. Now, for the next picture, remember P3. P3 and then the name of the character.
P3. Yay.
Oh, yes.
And if you are watching from YouTube or Twitch, then please feel free to join us here in Gathertown. Join the fun. P3. Okay, we've got some answers here. P3 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the next piece of puzzle. Okay, do we have an answer here? Answer 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the next piece of puzzle. Ooh. And yes, this is going to be the last piece of puzzle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the whole picture, please. There you go.
And how hard can that be?
Yeah, right?
Okay, let's move on to the next picture. P4.
P4.
Yes.
Ooh. I can see
This
some
tells
color
me-
there.
This tells me everything, or not.
Okay, I'm going to count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Next picture, P4. What is it? This is something that is very, very clear, if I may say,
Yes.
isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, some answers are coming.
Yeah.
If any of you just joined and you want to join the game, please feel free to type your answer in the chat room. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the next piece of puzzle. There you go.
Yes. And I think we know who this is, or at least I hope we know who
Exactly.
this is.
Give me my coffee. Okay, Shannon.
Okay.
And it's time for us to reveal the whole picture.
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the whole picture, please. There you go. Iron Man. Somebody says that in the chat room. Finally.
Yes. Finally, yes.
Somebody predicted
Okay.
it.
So, yes. Okay. So I believe the next one is our final slide. So P5.
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 You ready, everybody? It's P5. Ready for the first light.
Yes. And
First
of
light.
course, everybody basically knows the sexy neck, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal the next piece of puzzle.
Aha.
P5, P5,
Yes.
P5.
And we actually have people that know their stuff. So let's just go ahead and reveal everything.
The next piece of puzzle, yes, and show the whole picture.
Yes, let's go.
P5.
Reveal.
Somebody says bored. Okay. Reveal.
Oh, the slides are stuck, it seems. Okay, next one. 3, 2, 1, and reveal. Yes, there we
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, everybody.
Oh, Shannon, are you there?
Sorry. Yes, thank you, everybody, for their participation. And if you are a winner, I believe you are a winner, please go and find Shamir and whisper him the magic word. And he should be able to provide you with a cup of coffee. So we have a few minutes before our next talk. So we'll give everybody a chance to go grab some water, since we only have 3 minutes here. But Fiona, so
Yes, Shannon?
how's the conference so far?
Well, it's been amazing.
Have you learned how to program yet?
Have I learned how to program yet? Well, that is actually an interesting question. I believe that is a nice insight for the people who are joining the hackathon in 2 days, right, Shannon?
Yes. And if you have not signed up yet, if you are a builder or a hacker and you would like to participate in the hackathon, we still are open for registration. So please go ahead. I know you know where to find the Humanode page, and in Twitter or in Telegram or on the good old internet, please sign up for the hackathon and show us what you can do, because we do have a very good prize pool sitting there waiting for you. And we are going to have some very interesting people that will be judging it, including some VCs and, you know, people from other chains that are looking for people who can actually develop and might want to do some work on their chains too. So this is your chance. Do sign up if you have not yet. And once again, thank you everybody for having us here during this short break. Thank you, Fiona, for your quizzes. I believe we have some more prepared for tomorrow.
Of course.
Okay. Then I believe it is time to get ready to call in our next guest. And our next guest is somebody that is very close to the Humanode team, and I believe is somebody that many of you know. His name, if you haven't read yet, is Alex E. He's from Republic, part of Republic, and he is going to be talking about how badly blockchain protocols governance is broken. And I believe this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hear Alex talk about broken blockchain governance models. So, Alex, are you here?
Yes, I am, and thanks so much for having me. How's everyone doing?
I think we're all doing great here. So, thank you, and it's great to see you. And sorry to wake you up early in the morning for this.
Not at all. Totally worth it.
Okay, so the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, guys. I've prepared a quick presentation, nothing too lengthy, and I'll keep this short and sweet, right? My goal here is to maximize the amount of inspiration and directionality that I can sort of influence here, being at the sort of 30,000-foot view as an investor and advisor in the space. And to do that, I want to talk about some problems, particularly in governance, and not too much into DeFi today. And by doing so, and give some concrete examples of what I'd love to see built, that I know will be very helpful for a lot of the portfolio companies I see in this space, so that we can move forward. So that being said, the topic for today is what I'm calling governance 2.0, or getting out of the stone age of governance, because I think what we have right now is a very much a prototype of what we want to see in the future. So as Humanode has very well explained in its own project, right? All of these DAOs that we see, or so-called DAOs out there, are pretty much whale governance, right? Meaning the more money you come in with, the more influence you have. You can create multiple accounts to bypass non-Sybil resistant voting schemes. And a lot of these DAOs have created, their own tokens, which, in my opinion, are completely useless when they are purely for governance, right? So how do we change that is going to be a huge question. I think one very much untapped idea or untapped potential here is using non-fungibles as a form of an on-chain passport. And this is exactly where Humanode comes in. This idea that we are not yet governing with on-chain reputation tied to a unique NFT ID of ourselves means we are very far away from creating, in my opinion, far more efficient governance schemes where we can allocate our trust in privacy-preserving identities with reputation for longer periods of time, rather than one where we must rely upon more inefficient voting mechanisms and community types gathering in order to pass proposals. And so the real potential here is to not necessarily throw away the governance token, but rather to say that the capital, which I'm going to argue in another slide, is all about taking an existing utility token and using that as a necessary but insufficient form of governance, is going to be the way forward, but that the complement and what's very necessary here is to have on-chain reputation, have unique identities, and ultimately now to use non-fungibles as the pair to complete the picture, whereby then capital can be used as a supplement in that governance process. Right, and I'll just go ahead and skip this slide because exactly what I just said. And so, the thing we can do with unique biometric identities is tackle this problem of Sybil attacks or be more Sybil resistant. And so that being said, we can look at, it opens up a lot of different types of voting mechanisms that previously were not super popular. For example, quadratic voting. Right now, in terms of best practices, I really like curve protocols, voting mechanics, where essentially if you stake for longer, each token that you stake is worth more than if you had staked it for a lesser period of time. I think in these models, the additional layer I would want to add on top of this is, for example, that based off of the amount of time you have spent with the DAO, or the amount of reputation that you have accumulated by passing good proposals, by making proposals, by maintaining a participation rate, will additionally grant you more influence. Oh, I think we have someone's mic going on.
Yes, Alex, I think what we need to do is have you move to the podium in the metaverse, to stand in front of the podium, okay, and then mute yourself in the metaverse for a moment. And,
okay,
if you can move to the podium, that would be great.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Where's the podium?
The podium is, there you go. And that
how do I
should, and just turn your mic off in GatherTown.
I did.
Okay, then you should be ready.
Okay. Awesome. Let me reshare my screen. Right.
There you go.
Okay. Everything good now? Awesome. So, right. Yeah. So let's talk about use cases, right? I think the first thing we need to do in the crypto world is tackle this low-hanging fruit of financialization. And in particular, I personally believe we can't move on unless we tackle this low-hanging fruit. And so what does that mean for DAOs and for Humanode is to create, I think, a robust package for treasury management in the Web3 world, whether that be for games, metaverses, decentralized investment clubs, or say gaming guilds. These are the necessary building blocks to show that, hey, we can actually make a great use case out of blockchain. Right. So what does that mean about my philosophy on governance? It comes down to a word we really like on the Republic crypto research team, which is delegation. This idea that it's not about having everybody have a say in every topic, but rather to have our participants specialize in interest areas that are most important to them, right? And that way we can, in general, we have to tackle the reality that most average people do not want to participate in governance, even with some notional capital rewards. That being said, when we can move more towards a delegation model, we can have people creating, obviously there's being a founding committee, a treasury committee, a community board, say a product committee, and these are how we're going to be able to take these delegations and have them be the ones controlling the majority of the proposal and voting process, but be able to have the necessary guardrails in order for the DAO to veto them, as opposed to asking for the DAO each time for explicit consent to move forward. And this is a philosophy that is, or more like economic psychology called libertarian paternalism, which is a huge fan of mine, which is the idea that the freedom to opt out is far more efficient than the freedom to opt in. And so what we see per experiments across different fields in the economic and psychological worlds is this idea that, hey, if you ask somebody to when in the US, when we have driver's license, there's an option to donate your organs when you pass. We see a far higher opt-in rate when the mechanism is to opt out and check a box to get out of the check a box to opt out of the organ donation, as opposed to one where we must check a box in order to opt in to donating our organs, which means that generally people who would otherwise self-report one type of preference would actually empirically show another one just based off of the mechanism we use to have them exercise that freedom. And so to that point, I think in the decentralized world where non-participation is an endemic problem across the space, and I think will become even more of a problem as we go further mainstream and penetrate more mainstream markets, this type of freedom to opt out is going to be much more important, going to be incredibly important to implement if we want to see any progress with real decentralized governance. So that being said, I want to conclude on some ideas on what can be built during this hackathon that I'd be super excited to see, and we'll be looking for candidates to, add to our own portfolio here at Republic Crypto. That being said, some include something like biometric enhanced multi-signature wallets. Two, interoperability protocols that allow for that NFT passport to be integrated across all types of chains and dApps. The third, is this idea of, hey, can we have more efficient capital lending in DeFi if we have credit scores tied to unique identities? This is something we previously cannot do due to civil resistance, due to account spoofing. And then from there, Web3 gaming and even Web2 gaming, right? There's this problem of people making multiple accounts in order to maximize or sort of break these and find reward loopholes in their games. Humanode would be a fantastic way to safeguard against that. And then last and certainly not least, KYC AML protocols that allow for even the more stringent and regulated forms of DeFi to be enhanced by unique biometric identities stored on chain. That's certainly a non-exhaustive list, and I'm excited to seeing all the things that are going to be explored during this hackathon and conference. And I thank everyone for letting me speak today.
Well, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, and let's see if we can get some questions coming in from the crowd. In the meanwhile, let's see, just out of curiosity, I mean, we've been working together for about, I guess, a year now. So Alex, what was, your first impression when you came across Humanode? And from there to where we are now, is the growth rate as expected, or do you see more potential, or just give me your take?
Look, I think the Humanode team, and Shannon, you guys have done an amazing job with this. You guys have really, you guys are tackling one of the hardest pitches in, I think, the modern age, which is to convince users to that their facial data can be stored, secured, encrypted, and privacy preserving on the internet. This is obviously one of the most taboo problems that we have as a consumer era been traumatized by tech giants all throughout Silicon Valley and across the globe. And so being able to extend in hand and say, hey, we are the actual solution to, in a way, heal this or move on from this trauma was exactly what excited me. And when I first looked at Humanode and I was speaking about the opportunity industry, it was one of the most polarizing pitches in the whole ecosystem, and that's what excited me. I look for very polarizing projects because they are taking a stab at looking into the future and how it's going to be substantially different from some people's expectations, and more so than any project that people are kind of just lukewarm into the pitch and don't really have a say one way or the other. Humanode was generating the strongest opinions, whether positive or negative, and this is what excited me. Since then, to speak on the traction, I think you guys have absolutely knocked it out of the park with your guys' testnet, having multiple thousands of nodes running, and the amount of integrations and partnerships that I hope to continue to amplify myself has been extremely impressive. Your guys' team has been incredibly tech savvy, and going through the technological journey with you guys has been has left us in amazement as we go on through the months here. So I see it as a start of many great things. I'm super excited for mainnet, and like I said, all the things that can be built on top of Humanode. That being said, this is one of the best teams in the space, and happy to speak more in depth about that. But that's my general take. Yep.
Well, thank you very much. So, everybody, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, and we'll be coming back with a very, very special session. So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube or Twitch or in the metaverse here, please give us 5 minutes here, and we will come back for a special panel discussion with some pretty cool dudes, including Alex. So we'll see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you all. Hello and welcome everybody. We have a special session here where we have a panel discussion between Alexei of Republic and Dato of Humanode and Evgeny Gaivoy of Wintermute. And I'm your moderator, Shannon. Welcome everybody. And what shall we discuss today? I believe the theme is an honest panel on governance in crypto. So, Dato, would you like to open up?
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I actually think it all starts with the theme that Victor was talking about today, the real so-called centralization of our decentralized crypto networks and how actually Web3 is still in the Stone Age. And, you know, we're going to be talking about the ways layers can be more distributed and the ways people that are running networks around this field are trying to fool many of those who are coming into this field that basically they're decentralized and distributed. And also, if there are some questions from the people joining us today at our conference, we'll be happy to answer them. So, talking about the decentralization of crypto, it is really interesting to go into the history of distributed networks, and you know, many tend to think that it all began when the Bitcoin and Satoshi Nakamoto. When in reality, it actually begins like much earlier than that. It was actually the first technological evolution of internet, technological evolutions of the networks that we were running, and well, the services that came out of it through piracy and distribution of media back in the day. So actually, they were arose and been around since the 80s, right? And people try to run distributed networks and translate data without any kind of borders from corporations, from governments, etc. And they couldn't create them. Why? Because the technology that they were running couldn't be built in a decentralized way. Like technologically speaking, you could run a server, you could access data from decentralized endpoints, you could transfer it, and data was much more free in the dawn days of modern internet. And through decades of the decades of investment, all the loose ends were tied up, at least in the Western world. We definitely know that piracy is thriving in other parts of the world that we're living in. So the problem was, how do you run a decentralized network and kind of have consensus on what changes are amassed to it? How do you create more intricate and difficult cooperation between the agents running this network? And you can transfer data. You could access different servers and download that data to yourself, but you could not fully coordinate the people inside. Why? Well, because of the very well-known Sybil attacks. When you had adversaries in the system create accounts pretty much that don't exist and try to take over the system by voting, or any kind of rating system that was tried to be implemented. Well, it would be destroyed instantly by some interesting schemes, considering botnets were born exactly at the same time when the distributed networks were born. So, Alex, Yevgeny, I invite you to share your opinion about the decentralized state of crypto nowadays and see what you think about it.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to start, and I think a lot of my points in my talk pretty much carry over directly into this. Yeah, I think decentralization overall is a very vague term, and I seek to be as much of a pragmatist in how we move forward with what we call decentralization as possible. And I'm in that process. I think, yes, specialization and delegation are going to be some of my main points in how we, obviously with the support of technology such as Humanode, is going to be important here, and how we can allocate our trust to specialists in a decentralized fashion in order to have more efficient outcomes, even with less than ideal participation rates in the governance of DAOs.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, just as a quick intro, because I think Alex had his chance. Basically, I'm Evgeny. I'm CEO of Intermute. We are one of the leading market makers in crypto. Been very much active in DeFi since 2019, and basically as part of us participating not just on the trading side but also on the investment side, we've also been quite vocal in all kinds of governance based topics in a lot of protocols that we basically either invested or been active as a trader. And I kind of share the general sentiment here. I think it's the way we see the governance being performed at the moment. It's kind of two modes. It's either pseudo governance, where you have really massive protocols backed by major venture firms, pretty much controlled in the background by the core team and pretending the governance actually happens. Or we have, on the other hand, very, I don't know, very anarchy-driven, like super free systems, which are pretty much voting for every single decision a DAO needs to make. And I think I think where it's all heading is probably to get to somewhere in the middle where we have those, I don't know, either core units or like basically whole teams being voted in by the community, executing the plans, executing like longer term vision that was voted on, and not having to consult with everyone in the community for every single thing. So I'm quite curious like how it will develop going forward. But that's this kind of model is something we at FinPermute are very supportive.
Okay, Dato, we've been, internally, we've often talked about various governance models. And of course, the one thing that we absolutely needed in moving forward was a system where, one human equals one node equals one vote, basically building the platform that allows a, in a sense, a true democracy where people have equal voice, or at least the option to have equal voice. There's always, many angles to work off of here. But for the Humanode DAO, the Vortex, we basically took the approach where this network should be, of course, governed by the people, but especially by those who contribute to the building of the network and the protocol. So in a sense, giving governance to the hands of the builders. And with the assumption that, this is one way to gather the bright minds together and to motivate them to actually, in a sense, take ownership of the project as a whole and have everybody involved take ownership rather than those that basically just want a little profit off of the project, or like to go ahead and say things like, well, I want my Coca-Cola served with ice cream and everybody should provide it. So, this model works for building phase, but we needed this platform, for the human. And at the same time, we can use our current platform to give every single person the power to vote and the power to push their own agenda, which could create chaos here. So I look at the various models that are available. Why did you or our team, why did we really come to the conclusion that for at least the Humanode DAO, this is a model to test out? And if there are any other governance models out there that you believe will bring balance, shall we say, that could be an honest model of governance, and where people who do and are active gain a voice versus those with power and money always having voice.
Yeah, actually, this is a very good question. It's on the problem of the controversy of the fact that developers are trying to develop technology, but people who invest into that technology, they want to earn money. And if you have validators aimed at, like monetary gains due to the technology, it would kind of tilt them more into picking up the proposals and picking up the policies for the network that basically entertain their goals. And of course, you're not able to eradicate, like the three pillars of any network are like developers, are of course investors into the network, and the third one are the users using the dApps or network itself for different purposes. And the governance model that we're following tries to kind of balance relations between them, while like the most networks out there right now are kind of fully tied to the decisions of the investors, which, on the other hand, are of course tied to the decisions and opinions of specialists they hire to do their work. So we take into consideration all three pillars of networks in terms of governing power, and thus we try to balance those three pillars between one another, plus balance the elitists versus populists problem. Like if there's like such an imaginary spectrum, there's always a problem if you're kind of tilting more to one side or another. So the DAO and the Vortex for Humanode that we're trying to build, of course, is based on like one human, one node. But there tend to be a lot of democratic systems in the world and countries that are democratic, but their systems are not just designed to express opinions of people living in them directly. And this is actually one of the other principles that we're trying to save here at Humanode, is that there are no like intermediaries of your voice. Your voice belongs to you, and it's given to people in the network directly. So yeah, and this is how we're trying to balance out what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. Alex, looking at how Humanode is trying to tackle this problem, I mean, obviously, this is in a sense, a gigantic social experiment here. Having read through our white paper and having seen how the Humanode DAO is being structured right now, do you have any, how should I say, any thoughts in how you feel that this will work or will not work?
Yeah, look, I think making predictions in the future is a little harder, but what I like and what I've been inspired by in the Humanode DAO is this idea of ascending tiers of reputation. And yes, I think we should explore through other DAOs what it means to have discrete tiers of reputation as opposed to more continuous accumulated points of reputation, and how that's going to change say how people maintain their responsibilities, or how the fluidity of some more continuous forms of reputation are going to maybe create more dynamicism in this model. Because I think one counter argument towards the tiered reputation is this idea of aristocracies, right? And yes, we should absolutely be rewarding those who maintain high participation rates, make good decisions, things of this sort. But what happens in the long run, right? Is it hard to unseat these voices if they at one point do not become as reliable as they were before? What are the penalty structures should things start to not go in the best way? I think, and that's the main I think control that the discretized form of reputation is going to have to work on. Obviously, the same can be said about continuous forms of reputation, but I would say there's going to be a lot more ambiguity in status, because I think we see status in pretty binary forms. You either are something or you are or you're not. And when you see somebody as in a position of power or not, sometimes more fluid forms of reputation perhaps will not actually reflect that. But I do believe in the more discrete forms, they'll be sort of more written in stone, if you will. That said, I really want to see it play out. And I'm not going to I don't really have a strong position on whether I think it's going to be a big problem. I think if we do get to the point where we are in the long run and tackling this, then that's a very good problem to have. We need to make that progress first. And I think I'll be very happy when we are actually talking about this problem of aristocracy, because we are technologically, I don't know amount of time, but in terms of adoption, tech, usability, we're far away from that.
Thank you, Alex. Evgeny, what about you? Do you have any thoughts on the governance model that we were, in a sense, trying to test out, and your thoughts on that, both positive and negative, you please?
Yeah, I would say to start with, yeah, very much mirrors the idea that it's really interesting to see the experimentation in place, and in general to see this experimentation where, well, basically a lot of other decentralized organizations are not going to. So currently it's very majority of DAOs are dominated by, well, $1 one vote kind of system, which sometimes works, and especially it works, I think, well if the if the system is distributed enough, but it obviously doesn't necessarily work if you have 2 or 3 major token holders who can affect the vote. But it similarly is not going to work if you just give DAO to be vote. Basically, if you give the governance to the general populace, you will end up with a similar issues that we see in modern democracies, which is basically populism. And so, yeah, this idea that Alex mentioned about aristocracy, or whatever we call it, it would be quite interesting to explore. But I think ultimately we'll end up with maybe 3 pillars. We'll see this whatever aristocrats, basically people with reputation. We'll see general populace being another pillar, and we will see basically economic interests, basically the wealthy token owners. And hopefully by balancing those 3, we'll arrive at some interesting place.
When talking about governance, there's also one other aspect. There's always the issue of course, populism, and there are always people that get attached to power or feel that the fact that they have power is the most important thing in the world. My general thought here is that anybody who wants to be in power shouldn't be in power. But setting that aside for a moment, the other issue that we often have in governance is the whole issue of voter apathy. People not, as Alex said, people really not caring about getting involved. They'd rather be there for the ride than really get involved and devote their time and effort unless they're really, really into something. I just want to ask, in general, not nothing specific about what we are doing or whatever. Especially in the decentralized space, where we're trying to create a distributed network, and where the power structure is also decentralized. And how do we fight voter apathy? And are there any models out there that you feel have been working or that could be working? Let me go back to Evgeny. Can you please start, and then I'll go counterclockwise this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think kind of borrowing from, well, normal world, if you put it like this, there are not so many ways this voter apathy is dealt with. Like, I mean, you have some countries, example, where voting is basically required, and you kind of can replicate it in blockchain world by, I don't know, slashing people tokens, for example, or basically just forcing them to vote. That's one kind of mean way to address it. Not necessarily sure it's the right way, because like some people just not like it. It also depends like how often you require people to vote. Like if it's like once a year to vote in, I don't know, the teams that will, I don't know, execute some vision for the next year, that sounds quite fair. Like people should have a say in it. If it's like voting for every single decision, it's not a great user experience, basically. I think one way to deal with it would be basically using the concept that's already very much active in decentralized governance, and that's basically about delegating your votes and effectively allowing people to delegate it to, well, basically entities or people who they trust will execute their ideas, their desires. I think that will work pretty fine. I think like that's probably the most sensible approach of it compared to like very hardcore ones.
Thank you, Alex. Your thoughts?
Yeah, like I said in my talk, my number one proposal here is to implement more libertarian paternalism into governance. If people always have the option to veto or the option to opt or the option to leave, right? These are privately incentivized systems. So any problems with authoritarianism, at least in this current moment, should not exist when you can easily opt out. So that being said, layering this with delegation or delegation type governance allows us to have voting proposals that can pass so long as we don't have some amount of vetoes, as opposed to this idea that we need either we need unanimous or even supermajority. It's the idea that if one of the people we have trusted to help make decisions and to help make decisions does not respond or is not or is apathetic to the proposal, then so long as we don't have some amount of vetoes in proportion to the number of votes we need to take, then the proposal should be passed, right, by default. And if it is true that the vetoes that we do get the vetoes, then that's when we have to go back to the drawing board. But I think this forces people to make to have their most strongest preferences be represented as a priority in the system, and weed out things that have weak preferences or weak preferences in the grand scheme of things. So now the question here becomes representation. If we have delegations that manage the treasury, we can't have representation purely from, like, say, the founding team or an alliance of projects plus plus some investor, right? The community needs to be able to have representation on that board in order for it to function properly, and for them to be able to have a veto. And so that type of voting mechanism I would like to ultimately see more. And I think the biggest weakness to it is whether there's good representation or not. And if there is a lack of representation, then I believe the budget of the treasury, the goal of the treasury, is to incentivize the curation and attraction of people to represent some interest group in the DAO.
Thank you. David, let's hear your take.
One of my favorite themes, Alex, Shannon. Yeah, well, there are actually a lot of different layers to either fight voters' apathy or promote it for different political reasons, I guess. Yeah, but it's a scourging thing. Like, you don't even have to talk about like some, like, you know, general voting stuff where people are massively voting from like networks, or even like citizens of democratic countries don't go to votes because who cares? Like, you know, people think that their vote doesn't change anything, and well, in most cases they're pretty right. And well, the first and foremost layer is like how stimulated are you to vote? Like, are you like directly stimulated, like with money or with something else, or you're like psychologically stimulated to vote because you feel that your voice can direct change. You feel that the system that you're voting in actually hears your voice and delivers its power to the ultimate receiver of it. The second one is basically our approach in Humanode is give voice to those who want to have their voice heard and not count into quorum those who are not actively governing. And this is a very important part, I think. It's like in Humanode, we'll have active governing sessions with people having governing requirements in like a month or other periods of times where they have to meet certain activities like vote on a certain amount of proposals, or in percentages, of course, vote on various decisions, participate in discussions and stuff like this. And only those people who were actively governing in the previous period would be counted in the quorum of the upcoming period. And this is like a major factor. You can vote, anybody can receive the right to vote, but only if you kind of give some proof of your devotion in the previous voting period. So if you fail to do it, if you've been slacking off, if you are not participating in the governance in the period, then you won't be getting like ability to vote unless you actually go and vote before that. It sounds pretty much complicated, but it's about giving the voice to those who want to actively govern, right? And of course, there's this whole dilemma of rewarding the governors in any network. It's actually still an argument, like an internal argument going inside Humanode team. You can actually hear like the sides of this argument, and probably I would like to ask Yevgeny, Alex, and Shannon about this. So, on the one side, we have a network where the network is not rewarding its governors for governance. Basically, it's not rewarding you for spending your time for research. It's not rewarding you for going to sessions and voting, because it kind of expects you like devotion from your side. It's like if you want to drive change, if you want to make something and actually do it without reward, that means that you're a true passionate believer, true passionate governor, and that's why you don't require any reward to do your job. On the other hand, to be a proper governor of a big network, there's a lot of stuff that's happening in the network. You actually have to spend your time to research, to be a very high quality voter. You gotta know stuff. You gotta dig deep into various themes. You gotta know the intricacies of various details, ranging from financial, technical to political even. And that takes time, that takes devotion. So that's why people have to be rewarded for that. Well, here our opinions really diverge, even internally in our team, but we're still considering this. And well, I'm really interested about hearing your opinions on this. What do you think, guys?
Alex, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to, I think, how competitive in a sense how competitive the market of participants becomes, and so it's not enough for just one or a couple projects to do this. I agree generally like that. Well, first of all, yes, you're pointing to my first value, which is like, hey, we need specialists, and let's trust specialists rather than general sentiments, but let's source specialists that have that represent the interests as much as we can of the broader community. And two, they should be rewarded, right? So rewarded in what? for tokens that are essentially debt notes because of how liquid they are. These are this is certainly a way to reward early participants, but when the whole system does not really have good cash flows to back up these debt notes later on, and then the early participants cannot be convinced, like the most legitimate participants cannot be convinced that this is going to be a worthwhile endeavor for them, then this starts to fall flat, right? So overall, like, yes, like one should agree that, like, it's needless to say that we need to have great businesses to justify or to validate the rewards that we give, and making that point of assumption and going further, if we can do that across the more and more projects that can offer these validated forms of rewards, perhaps we can attract a more competitive market of specialists to participate across the DAOs. I think one of the biggest problems right now is basically just market penetration, and who we're inviting, who sees these opportunities, and how we can communicate those rewards effectively as a form of long-term fulfillment, things of this sort.
Well, thank you, Alex. Evgeny, what do you think? Any thoughts?
I think it all comes down to, like, ultimately the motivation for somebody to vote for something. It can either come from, like, purely monetary source, and it basically, yeah, if I'm going to be rewarded for participation in governance, yeah, great, I'm going to participate in governance. And with, like, majority of blockchain projects out there, you have one token, one vote. So usually if you have enough tokens, you're actually pretty much incentivized to participate and make sure that the protocols that you are personally invested in succeeds. So, like, there is a pretty good alignment. But on the other hand, you have, like, very, very often, it's, I think, like, if you're talking about democracies and, like, political parties people are voting for, I mean, sometimes they're voting because it will directly influence them in a good way on the monetary side. Sometimes it's just the values that are very much aligned. And I think that's actually more often like this than not. And effectively, if Humanode can effectively demonstrate that participating in governance promotes not just the financial side of the equation, but also the value side of the equation. If people are basically aligned on the goals of the protocol itself, I think that should drive the participation on the governance side as well quite massively.
Thank you. I actually have one question from the audience right now, and it is a very simple question here, but an interesting one. The question is, are there any alternatives to decentralized governance in crypto? And well, you know, if you're thinking about decentralized projects, I guess there are ways, especially if they're company driven. But Data, do you have any thoughts on that question there? I mean,
yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
The answer is pretty simply centralized ones. And yeah, not only that, there's like a lot of stuff that you can come up with, and decentralized governance is a very broad notion. There are mechanisms of hopping liquid democracies. Like every time period, authority of governance changes from one players to others randomly, for example. There's like elitist governments, which is also, well, it also could be considered decentralized in a way, because you have like some sort of characteristic that you have to amass or get or do to become, you know, a governing, enter a governing body. Or there are very many different ways you can structure it. It's a spectrum rather than enabler. Like you can design it any way you can possibly think.
Hey, here's one specific question to Dato, as also came from the audience here. It says that, let's say 4 years time, 4 years after mainnet launch, how many governors do you expect to see in the Humanode network? I mean, by the end of the 4 years time, we will have more consuls. We will have plenty of legates, I believe. There will be senators and there will be citizens. But what do you think the size of the governance pool will be?
I really don't want to speculate on the number of validators that we're going to amass, because it really depends on the development side and how the technology of the consensus running on so many nodes will work out, and what type of consensus enablers are we going to install. But well, I guess I can tell you in a percentage that if there's at least 5 to 10% of actually governing governors out of the validator numbers, this is pretty good numbers. But I want to say that I would like to see everybody to govern, of course, because actually like full-throttled 100% governing validators is something that makes a network truly decentralized, like even distributed. It's like when you delegate of course you can delegate your words, it's your democratic right to delegate your voice. But when you do that, when you delegate your voice, you break democracy. You make somebody stronger that an ordinary person. Please don't do that. Be an active governor and vote for yourself. Have your opinion, or otherwise don't do it at all. Just don't ruin this for any other one of us.
Thank you. To Alex and Evgeny, one of the big questions that we always have when we internally discuss governance is about the ability to delegate in governance. And if delegation, to allow people in governance to delegate their votes to other people, of course, with the option to, switch it to somebody else whenever, if this is something that is healthy or not, or if it is something that you believe is necessary in the system or not. And, especially in a system where we have set it up so that the people in the governments are those who are actually, building the project. Aside from, family emergencies or family vacations, why would you want to delegate your vote? But having said that, do you have any thoughts on the delegation when it comes to governance of the networks? Alex, you want to go?
I mean, I think I've already spoken pretty extensively about it in both the talk and this. I think what the question behind the question is, does this subtract or do we lose representation? Do we lose, exactly, I guess, like freedom or democracy in this model? I personally believe no. I think when somebody does give their vote or delegate their vote to somebody else, they are exercising that freedom. And it means that their set of preferences, they either trust the person they are delegating to represent them, or should there be any differences in preferences, then they're clearly weak enough against the cost of participation that they would rather somebody else take care of it than them. I think this is how most smaller scale organizations or even groups of people function. And I think it is I would rather be efficient than to be ideologically absolute about freedom and participation.
Thank you. Evgeny, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's better to have delegations than not to have delegation in general. Like that's, from efficiency standpoint, is definitely better. It's more like, I'm more thinking, how can we make it even more, like even more functional, even more interesting? Like a very concrete example, again, back to the real world, like there are two political countries in US. If I were a US citizen, I wouldn't know who to vote for on whatever presidential elections, for example, or election to the Senate, or like any other ones, because I don't know, I personally agree with like human rights side of democracy, Democratic Party, and the economic platform of Republican Party, but there are no, if I vote, I effectively delegate. But I cannot delegate, like, I don't know, human rights side of my vote to one party and economic right of, like, my economic views to another party. Like, I just have to pick one. And that's I think is a quite interesting challenge to solve as well. And I wonder how we can potentially make it a bit more complex. Maybe just split this delegation across different topics.
No, yeah, just
very interesting one.
Oh no, I was just gonna say as a quick follow up to that. I think that's why delegations and what they are tasked to do can mitigate some of that problem. I want brilliant treasury managers to be managing the treasury. I don't want them to make decisions about anything else. If they have preferences, I want them to voice them. Things of this sort, and should people rally behind what they want, what these preferences are, and they want to be potentially part of multiple delegations, that's fine. I want democratic elections or democratic sort of processes to have that person's participation in there. And I think more participation is going to be better than less. And this is going to be true for a while. So yeah, special committees, special delegations, tasked with more narrowly focused tasks is going to be the way to identify what the priority types of proposals and actions need to be taken by the DAO, and to minimize overall the amount of decision making that the DAO needs to make in order for the project to continue to function, as opposed to making more.
Thank you very much. So one thing that I'd like to do here, since we're down to about being 5 minutes left in this session, I would like to ask our two special guests here to nail Dato with a question. Anything that's on your mind about governance that you always wanted to ask him directly into his face. Or to actually any thoughts that he had. So let's start with Evgeny. If you'd like to ask Dato any questions about honest governance, or if honest governance actually exists in the world, this is your chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've covered quite a few topics already. So it's, I guess for me, it's always a question about whether the representation should represent economic interest behind it, or it should be completely decoupled from it. Like, I think, to me, that to me, like with a modern democracy as well, it's also one of the key questions, because, like, well, should only people who pay taxes be voting, for example? Like those kind of questions, we had them for the past few hundred years. Like, now as a society, we arrived to, well, no, everyone should vote. But I'm kind of on the fence myself. So keen to hear what you're saying.
Well, if we're talking about like blockchain networks here, it's easier because we have like validators validating stuff. So in this regard, of course, we had questions like, do we separate the governance from actual nodes? It's like, do we enable people who are just willing to govern, bring their own voice to the table? Should we kind of let them? And it always boiled down to, like, does it really represent the power in network? Like, if you have like 300 nodes, for example, and you have like tenths of thousands of governors. But it all boils down to the power of the nodes and what they choose to happen to the network. This wouldn't really illustrate what's really going on, and enabling people without actual power to vote is just another layer of dust that you're trying to kind of push into the eyes of the populace to make it seem that democracy is working fine, guys. We're doing just great. We're living in a liberal and free world. And well, validators own power in a distributed way in Humanode. At least we're trying to make them equal. So yes, only validators should vote in this regard. Yeah, that's my opinion, by the way.
Thank you. Alex, do you have any questions that you would like to ask?
I mean, we're in an active advisory relationship with Humanode, full disclosure. So we ask a lot of questions week by week. I don't have anything specific for this prompt. I would say what the team continues to think about, and even having the diversity within their team to internally have highly intellectual discussions on where to move this product forward, in conjunction with their visions of the future is something that they're going to continue to need, and I think they're doing very well so far with. We talk so often that I don't have anything specific for Data right now.
Actually, Shen, I have questions for Evgeny and Alex. Actually, one question.
Okay. Yeah, actually, go for it.
So, guys, when the mainnet DAO is deployed, are you joining the governance? Right.
Easily,
yeah. Well, that's a question. That's an answer I would like to hear. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, it would be really interesting. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, then. I think our time has come here. So thank you very much for this wonderful time. Mr. Evgeny, thank you. Alex, thank you. And Dato, you get to stay on stage because you get to close today's session. So once again, thank you all.
Thank you for joining, everyone.
thanks everyone.
You guys.
Cheers.
So the first day of conference is coming to an end. Actually, it's already came to an end several minutes ago. And yeah, in this closing note, I'd like to thank everyone who joined us today. I saw a lot of interesting questions and some actually interesting civil attacks on various parts of our telecommunication infrastructure, which actually points out the necessity of Humanode services for media and well, various things that we can do to actually make sure that we're not overrun by bots in various spaces. I hope that you were able to learn something new today. I hope that you were able to meet some interesting people today and play various games on our Gather Town. There are a lot of secret things hidden in there. So if you didn't stumble upon them, I suggest that you just check on and go around. I think the Gather Town Avenue will be open for gearing up for the next 24 hours or so. So yeah, if you haven't seen anything there and haven't went around playing stuff, then I advise you to do so. And yeah, I think that it was a great pleasure to having you guys interested in this technology, and idea-driven community that we have here is, I would say, the most precious things for our team and for me personally. To see that so many people support proper decentralization and distribution of technology that people are trying to build in this field, and we're striving to build for a long, long time. So thank you very much once again, and without further ado, I'll be closing down closing notes here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And everybody, we'll see you tomorrow. Once again, same place, same time.